Why does it do that? That annoys the shit out of me. Because it'll be like real small. I was like, because it's fucking. Maybe if I make it like this, that's a little bit better. I don't know. Maybe I'm just self conscious. I don't like having my big fucking head right up there. Wait, where's the fucking. I want to take off. I always forget. How do I take off the fucking. This thing right here? No one chatting yet? What's going on? Is it not up yet? Usually has a fucking thing by now. You guys like my hair? Are we live? Are we not live? Says I'm live. Says I'm fucking live. Hey, there we go. And Slav out of the gate. Where's the fucking chat? Normally have the fucking chat up here. Yay. How's my hair look, guys? Do you like my hair? We live. Restreams won't show me the fucking chat. Okay. Israel's probably blocking me. Are we back? We're back over here. There we go. We're back over here. You set your YouTube to kids video again. Well, it shouldn't. It should still show me. Click on the chat. Display on stream. I wonder if I did set YouTube to kids again. But no, it's not showing me the Twitch chat. You guys are chatting up a goddamn storm. Not showing me the Twitch chat. There we go. There it is. Okay. Just took a second. Ow. Fuck. Ow. God damn it. God damn it. More like Tard stream. Very good. Very good. Let me throw on something real quick while I go get. There's something I wanted to grab. Let me throw on some shit real quick and I'll be right back.
Emily and I still did talk a lot, but luckily we still do have a few minutes here that we can go over it. Let's go ahead and play this. It's Tim Dillon and Joe Rogan talking about AOC and JD Vance, quote, not having it for president. Let's take a listen.
Now, why is AOC shutting her mouth about Israel? Because AOC's donors are big Israeli tech people. She's been silenced, and she's trying to run for president, too.
Really?
Yeah.
She'll struggle.
She's not going to win. She's a goofball. She'll be making mojitos. She's a goofball. She doesn't have it. She's a goof. But here's the reality. She's shutting her mouth about Israel. Is AOC out there about Israel? No. No, because she's a fraud. But the smelly, gross anarcho-communists in Brooklyn, to their credit, know she's a fraud. They know she's a fraud. In between their, whatever, open mic nights and whatever, they figured out poetry slams and dog walking. They figured out that this bitch is a fraud. Big time.
Yeah, I don't think she was when she first started.
She wasn't, but she's realized she's ambitious.
She likes nice bags.
She likes nice bags.
That's what it is.
She's ambitious. She wants to be the president.
You realize that job can get you hundreds of millions of dollars. Look what happened
Can
to...
you get up who her donors are, Jimmy? These Israeli tech people. It's kind of interesting because this actually just kind of came out.
Israeli startup entrepreneurs played roles in the rise of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She pulled out of an event commemorating Rabin. Some concluded that AOC doesn't like Israelis, but 2 were instrumental in the lawmaker's early career.
Oh,
That's where it gets weird. They find you when you're young.
they find you when you're making mojitos.
They find you when you're young and promising, like JD.
Well, that's the thing. JD's going to have to, if he wants to be the president, he's going to have to say, Peter Thiel, I'm
is the
not.
Antichrist.
He's going to have to say, Peter Thiel is Satan, and here's why that's good. JD has to get out there and go, wouldn't you rather know who Satan is and be friends with him and have dinner with him than have it be like, who's Satan?
Right.
So he's got to get out there and say, I happen to be friends with Satan. And I want that to be
He's misunderstood.
I want it to be destigmatized.
Right. If Satan could go on the Nelk Boys, maybe they could straighten it out.
That's right.
The Nelk Boys, that was good. So what do you think of Tim's? And I mean, we got to be a little. Look, I'm not in the business of defending AOC, but like, I wouldn't say that she shut her mouth about Israel.
Right.
I mean, she said genocide, right?
Yeah.
You know, the one thing that we've hit her for here on the show with Ryan is about her vote to fund the Iron Dome.
Right.
Because, I mean, she had this whole convoluted explanation of,
And the
I support
DNC.
defensive act. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, the part about her, how she was legit in the beginning and has become a tool of the Democratic establishment, I think it's totally fair. I don't think it's totally fair to say it's about Israel, though, per se.
Yeah.
That's my only thing.
And-
I mean, I don't think he's wrong. I don't think she can be president either, specifically for those types of reasons. It's just she did basically get co-opted. And remember, she wanted to be the oversight chairman,
Yeah.
and she played ball. She shut her mouth about all kinds of stuff. They still wouldn't give it to her.
Played
I
ball
don't
with
know.
Pelosi,
Right,
Pelosi's
exactly.
entire tenure. Those are all fair criticisms of AOC, as is. I mean, basically, at any point, if at any point in your career you have you rely on donors from the American donor class, you are going to end up coming into contact with people who have close ties to Israel. That's just how it works.
Well,
so it's
Mac
not
points
like,
out the worst thing she did at the DNC was saying that Kamala was working tirelessly for a ceasefire. That's pretty fair because
that was insane.
well, you know, now maybe the Israel thing is making sense to me because when it came, yeah, she put out the words, but she actively worked for Kamala to get elected and gave her cover on Gaza, which she did not have to do, right? And you and I were there. We were at the DNC.
Yep.
You remember all those activists?
Yeah.
We met some of them.
Yeah.
Well, they were treated horribly and they were kicked out.
Horribly.
And all. It's still pretty crazy in retrospect to have experienced that. Ryan and I interviewed a couple of them on the street and who literally were kicked out, like not joking.
It's a great memory of mine, by the way. Just you and Ryan with microphones falling, like following the hippies around the DNC.
We had a good job. We had a good time.
It was a blast.
Maybe we'll do it again. But the point is just that that's a fair criticism. But to say that she's been bought off or whatever, I'm not entirely sure that is accurate. On the JD point, though, here's what's interesting. JD had dinner with Tim very recently, by Tim's own admission. And Tim seems to be truly like captured by the Palantir Thiel. He spent a long time going off on the Antichrist lecture. He's like, why do you need 4 lectures? One wasn't, it was good. It was funny. I guess I'm curious for him. I'm like, so what? Like, who is the good politician? You know, he said some nice things about Marjorie Taylor Greene, which, you know, I mean, okay. I mean, I like some of the things MTG says. Definitely, I think she's very courageous in standing up on Israel and a few other issues. But, you know, going with presidential material, I guess the reason why I thought it was important to cover is like, where does this podcast thing go?
Yeah.
Right. Trump was the perfect vehicle for them because he's entertaining, fun to talk to. Good stories. Totally. You could project whatever you want onto him, even though he's literally been the president before, and you can be like, no, but he's different, you know, this time around. But where does it go from here? Like, to me, it just seems like pretty nihilistic, but I really have no idea.
Well, yeah, this question of who has it or who doesn't is the reason we're asking it in a way that's not like, oh, Al Gore is very charming, is because we've entered a new chapter in media history, which is if you're in Gen Z, you grew up expecting politics to look like reality television through no fault of your own, but because politics started to merge with smartphone and social media in a way that it's hard if you're younger to trust people who don't come across well on the popular mediums in smartphone world. So if you can't have a normal conversation, right? It used to be the sit down at a bar test, right? But now it's more like sit down on an Instagram live, which by the way, AOC does a lot of Instagram lives, and others don't. But that's just because there's something about speaking contemporary or speaking in real time in a way that feels authentic to people. I think that's really what Tim Dillon is talking about with Marjorie Taylor Greene, or Thomas Massey is another example. Who, Massey had success on Theo Vaughn, like that's gotten tons and tons of views. I think the reason is to sound authentic right now, you have to absolutely flame the donor class. You have to be willing, in ways that Gavin Newsom is not, in ways that Hakeem Jeffries or these other guys are not.
All right, boys and girls, sorry about that. I realized I needed more preparation time. There we go. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Should I wear it forward, though, so you guys can see the cool logo? Look at that. Yeah. I was really bummed. This hats don't fit me very often. And then mixed with the, that's kind of nice. I like that. I like that look. And then the angle of my camera, whenever a hat is like slightly, like I'll wear the hat on center, and then I look in the camera and it looks like it's slightly off center, and then it bugs the fucking shit out of me. All right. How do I get this fucking... Wait a minute. How do I get to fucking... Where it says Andy Malafrina? Oh, should I do virtual background, by the way? Look at that. Look at that, guys. Big Red. Big Red living large. Yeah. Look at that. Slav, I'm going to give you a warning up the jump. You got to chill. Don't be so on the fucking nose today, dude. Just do me that favor. Can we not be so on the fucking nose today? All right, let's take this background away. Wait, what are these? Blur background. Oh, ooh. That's kind of fun. Whenever people do that on shows and stuff, I'm always like, the fuck you hiding? On the nose. See, that's why I like you, Slav. You're an awful racist, but you have great comedic timing. I got to give it to you on that one, brother. You have great I don't know why you say all the bad stuff. Why is it not letting me? There we go. Okay. I don't know why the fucking that name and shit down there. There's usually a button to like turn it on and off. But anyway, I'm probably harping way too much on that. All right, guys. Obviously, we're going to talk about Charlie Kirk today. FBI Salt Lake City just revealed the face of the suspect. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I'm gonna watch some. I'm gonna do what I always do. Pull up some breaking points, and that'll sort of get us in the mix on talking about this shit. What were you saying, by the way? Putting the room very convenient that the one thing to talk about today. Yeah, there's a few things to talk about today. Yes, on the nose is very funny, Slav. Dude, there's something. It's like when I saw Kumi on Skanks a while ago, or I guess he was on the recent one. I got to be honest. I love Legion of Skanks. Shout out to all the Legion of Skanks boys and girls. You guys know I'm a big fan of all the work they do over there. The 6-man podcast where two of them are not comedians. That's a rough pod. Even a 6-man pod of all comedians is also rough. I think the limit is 4, 5 if they really know how to dance. You know what I mean? But even when you get 5, it still feels like a lot. Everyone celebrating his death should have been aborted. Yeah, 6 is a lot on any pod, especially too. Like you can do 6 if you almost have someone playing moderator, but 6 on like a jump in and riff. And I've been a fan of Skank since day one. They're like us, dude. They're horrible at interrupting each other, just like fucking Panties is. We are horrendously bad at interrupting each other. This hat's annoying me. I'm gonna put it on backwards. Look at that. Dude, I'm so fucking cool. God. If I lost a lot of weight, I'd be incredibly attractive. You've been watching Stavi get ripped? Yeah. I'm a big fan of Stavros. His that clip of him talking to Jordan Jensen is brutal. It's like, dude, come on, man. You know what it is for me? Maybe I should pull a few punches on because I'm on the Panties channel. Because I know I feel like if I go, I don't know. Part of me wants to chill out because I'm on the Panties channel. But I don't know. They know where I stand. I don't think I'm a hateful bad person. No, you know what it is? You know what it is for me? Actually, I will say this though, streaming on here does keep me from wilding out and does force me to be more level-headed. Because it's like when you're in your own element where you're not gonna get like tested, you tend to let yourself wild out a little bit harder. So I think there is something that benefits me from doing it on here, because I am mindful of like, well, if I'm streaming on the Panties channel, I kind of represent the whole pod. But either way, so yeah, a lot of people say I won't pull any punches. I will realign them so they hit differently, and then you kind of get what I'm punching at better. No, I'm fucking around, but I do think I do try to be more level. I do try to lock in harder when I'm streaming on the Panties channel. I'm gonna keep it a buck. But yeah, you see that burping and it gets really acidic in my throat. That's me locking in. I also like to do stuff like this, so people can. It's like when Michael Malice goes on a pod and he wears a pinwheel hat, or like Kurt Metzger goes on and he wears a wig and has a big hammer. I like to do stuff like this so you guys can just remember to not take me too seriously. But I am also, like, I will say at the same time, I am right about everything. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Stavros. I actually regularly will be bored and go on. I love watching his crowd work clips because I think I don't know. I think crowd work right now gets a really bad rap because a lot of people are going. Sorry, I'm readjusting the screen to try to make it fit properly. I want to make it look good. I want this beautiful Indian boy's face to be nice and centered. Look at him, so beautiful and Indian. Look at this beautiful Indian man. No, I say this as like a huge Stavros fan, legitimately. When I saw his giant ass on that red carpet, smiling like a fucking just a happy retard, I was like, yes, dude. I love seeing big boys get on. You know what I'm saying? I love seeing a big boy get on. So I say this as like a fan of Stavros. Yeah, that clip was rough. Because you know what it is with, like, I've talked about the trans stuff a bunch on streams and shit like that. I don't know why the trans stuff is like so sacrilege. It's like every comment about trans people and just a quick reminder: be respectful of me. Don't make me be gay and ban you. But no, legitimately, I don't know why. So first off, with the trans conversation, I know they say, like, it's dangerous out there. And I go, I don't know, man. I don't know if it is. I think we bend over backwards for them, if I'm being perfectly honest. You know what I mean? Like a person will claim they're trans, they'll go play on a girls' team in high school, and then they'll like, or in college, was a swimmer in college and their dick will be swinging out. And then they're like, we should have a debate about this. And it's like, you didn't just kick the person with the dick out of the fucking girls' locker room. Whether they identify as a man or woman, you didn't kick the person with the, you know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing where it's like, there's like I said before, it's I don't know. From my perspective, like, I'm not trans anymore. So like, I don't know. I don't see, they always talk about how violent and dangerous it is out there. And it's like, what? Because you're not getting gender affirming care? You know what I mean? Because like the American public, because people don't want to pay for your testosterone and genital mutilation. Is it that one? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not up. And oh, by the way, that's the other one too. That's the other one too. I think Stavros said it in the clip. That's the other one too. Everyone throws out where they're like, you're so obsessed about this topic. And you're like, I mean, maybe, I don't know, man. Like, it's like if you found out there was a sort of ideology and mindset that was getting a lot of kids to, or getting a lot of people in general, but kids included, to sterilize themselves and then potentially mutilate their genitals. I mean, that's worth talking about. And then, because people always be like, it's percentage wise, it's less than 1% of the country. And you're like, sure. But like, it's worth talking. I know for me, like, I don't just bring it up willy-nilly, but at the same time, it's to pretend like it's not worth something talking about. And also too, the whole like, ugh, you guys are obsessed with this. It's like, no. Argue the point. It's like, I'll have any conversation. You know what I mean? It's like if I talked about the music I talked about and people were like, oh, no one even listens to that. I don't care. I like the music. You know what I mean? And it's like, also, this is a thing that's happening. And this is a thing that's happening. It's a thing a lot of people believe that we're still pretty mixed about. And I think a lot of people have like the wrong perception on it. And then what was the other thing I was going to say? Fuck. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, people just be like, it's not even happening that often. Okay, fine. Still worth talking about, because when it does happen, it has the potential to be fucking crazy. And then if you're fucking someone publicly who doesn't completely fall in line with all the beliefs, you get endless harassment. So like, yeah, I don't care if it's fucking 1% of the population. Also, it's a weirdly big number. I gotta be honest. I didn't think it was that many. You know what I mean? And then they'll talk about like the trans shooting stuff. They'll be like, trans people are only this small chunk of the population. You're like, how many of the shooters are trans? I don't even know if it's a big number, but it's like, there's still conversations worth to have. It's just like this appeal to like fucking percentages. You know what I mean? This appeal to like, what's not even happening that often. Well, if it is, and it could lead to a bigger problem, let's talk about it. We don't have to fucking scream and shout. So yeah, there's that. And then it's like, I don't know. It's also just weird. The guy who used to be on Cumtown, it's like, I'll keep it a buck. I think the dude's found a career, and we all know it's like his audience is kind of like politically active progressives. Not like his whole audience, but a big chunk of his audience is like politically active progressive. So I love the guy. I think he's fucking hilarious. I hope he succeeds beyond anyone's possible. But I will say this also, it lines up with his political beliefs. You know what I mean? It's not like out of character. It's just like, all right, dude, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. Like, I'm not even disagreeing that like if you're in front of a trans person, it's rude to say tranny. I'm not even disagreeing with that, but it's going back to my original point. I gotta be honest. The bending over backwards to not offend trans people is weird, and it's like, I don't think you should do it any more, any less than any other group. You know what I mean? Like, I respect trans people. I think they have a right to exist. It's just, it's just when you see, it's like when you see all the weird shit, whether it's like, I was going to bring up drag queens, which I actually saw a clip of a drag queen. I love drag queens. I saw a clip of a drag queen recently. That's a tongue twister. Drag queen recently. Say that 5 times fast. I saw a clip of that, and it did remind me. I was like, I do fuck it. Drag queens are fucking when they're funny. Drag queens are fucking funny. But it was like the same thing with the drag queen. Oh, and this is, by the way, people will be like, why does everyone bring that up? I mean, it's a good, clear analogy. It's an easy reference point to make your fucking point. Like, why does everything have to be fucking explained? You know what I mean? It's like, how about you guys just acknowledge the drag queen story hour was fucking weird, and then people won't bring it up as much? It's like, stop making it a good analogy with all this shit. Stop letting all this shit be good analogies, you fucking retards. I'll pay to have tits like ink. Come on, man. What the fuck was that? What the fuck, Cartman? I look up from the chat and I see this bullshit. Also, you can never have tits like me, you son of a bitch. But you know what I mean? It's like the thing with the fucking, people are like, why are you still bringing up that? Well, stop making it a good fucking analogy. How about you guys be reasonable on the other side and stop making it a good fucking analogy for people acting ridiculous? How about that one? How about that? I lost the Powerball now. I can't afford to chop off my dick. Well, good. But yeah, I don't know. All love to Stavros. I think he's fucking hilarious, but you know, I disagree with his politics. Yeah, but I think like I'm still gonna be a fan of his and watch his shit. And if I ever got to fucking meet him or go on his pod, I'd be hyped about that. So it's like, yeah, it's all love. I just disagree. But more so than even the clip itself, it's just like why do we have to? What's this fucking thing where like I don't know where the fuck that came from? You know what I mean? Like I grew up where it was actually insane what you could say about trans people when I grew up. It was actually fucked up. And now like the progression just seems unnatural. It's this weird thing where it's like, yo, you can be in the mix, but you got to get shit on the same way everyone else does. That's kind of my thing with any of these fucking groups. It's like, yo, you can come to the party, but you can't be like, I get one more slice of pizza than everyone else. That's kind of like what trans people are. That's what like a lot of trans people or trans activists are acting like. They're like, by the way, Terry's trans, so she gets an extra beer and an extra slice of pizza. You're like, what? You don't get special treatment. Fuck off. That's kind of like where I'm coming from. That's the part I don't get. Hell yeah, Andy. Hell yeah. I disagree with politics. Nice. Bigots and morons love to make up fantasy worlds and then be endlessly mad about said fantasy world. Yeah, I mean that happens on. I don't know which side I'm assuming you're watching my stream, so you're probably more. You're watching my stream, so you're probably more in line with me. I'm guessing, but where was that on Twitter? No, I think that was on the Big Red channel. Your hate has no home here, Andy. Hilarious. My hate does have homos here, though. I will say that. Seeing all you guys in the chat, my hate does have homos here. We're just having fun. We're just goofing around. Why is everyone so mad about goofing around? Where's that comment? Where's that comment from earlier? Did it get deleted? Wait a minute. Did it get deleted? Here we go. You've been watching stuff. You are gay, though. I am gay, though, Ben. That is true, Ben. It's an issue because it's a large portion of people proclaiming that they live in a fantasy world and that everyone else has to as well. Nothing much to do with individuals. Yeah, that's my only thing with like the trans stuff is because like when it does get into the mix on shit, it is kind of like, you know, because for the longest, like you guys understand that the whole thing with the trans stuff where it's like I would never call, like I would be polite, and whenever I do it at the Creek, there's a couple trans comedians. I don't go up to them and go, "What's up, dude?" You know what I mean? But it's like if they whipped out their cock and balls, I wouldn't be like, "Wow, that's a cool lady's penis." You know what I'm saying? It's like, but that's the thing with like I'm not gonna put it on all trans people because I met a lot of trans people that are cool as shit. I followed them on Instagram. I go, hey, nice tits, bro. What do they do? What do those tits do, bro? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just, you know what it is? It's like you know what it is? Like people who go like, oh, why are people obsessed with this stuff? And it's also that was the other part of the Stavi clip that kind of irked me. I'm probably like, he was like, oh, that's that Austin brain. It's like, no. Like, I say this with respect, again, as a fan. But, like, I'm more saying this to just people who do that in general. Like, oh, no, argue the point. Argue the point about why correcting her on saying tranny was such a big deal. You know what? Don't go, it's like, oh, it's probably just the fact that you're... No. Argue the point. Jordan Jensen is a smart person. Well, she is an insane person. I will say that. I've seen clips of Jordan Jensen on podcasts, and I go, you were severely traumatized as a kid. I'm sorry for whatever happened to you. But it gets to a point where you're just like, well, argue the point. You know what I mean? That's fine. I don't care if you disagree with me. I'm one of my best friends is Lemaire Lee. He's a dirty fucking liberal. He lives out hard. I'm afraid of the next pod. Lemaire's gonna live the fuck out. I love you, buddy. I'm just kidding. But for real though, I'm best friends with Lemaire Lee. Lemaire is like a 180 on so much shit, I believe. But you know what? We fucking argue the point, and then we disagree, and then we go play card games and drink beers because we're fucking best friends. Jordan Jensen eat cat food. Yeah, maybe she does have some weird problem with her brain. But yeah, man, I just like if you're gonna be on a podcast talking about this shit, it's like either argue the point or let them rip. If you can't argue the point, you know what I mean? But yeah, I say this all genuinely as a huge fan of Stavros. And I didn't even fuck with him. I never disliked him, but I didn't fuck with him for a long. I got an accent there. I didn't fuck with him for the longest time. No, I didn't fuck with him for the longest time. Not out of disliking him, just not out of paying attention to him. What was it? We booked. I did put probably like $100 in his pocket back in the day. We were booking a show in Lancaster, PA, and we got Joe List, and Joe List brought Stavros. So I know we were paying Joe List like $500, so he probably gave Stavros like $50 to $100. So I did, you're welcome, Stavros. You're welcome. No, but yeah, man, I fuck with the dude heavily. There's some, I think it's like fat guy love. I think it's just like you see when you see another fat king shining, you love to see it. Like I told you, dude, when he was on that red carpet smiling, you were like, let's go. Fat guy. Fuck it. What are you saying? Andy, this is gay and upsetting. Change the subject. You're not going to next me on my fucking on my fucking stream. Also, have you not watched a Big Red in the morning stream? They're all gay and upsetting. Don't fucking next me. Andy and Stav together wrote no mass that they start attracting small objects. Yeah. Well, that's the other reason why I don't want no smoke from Stav. I'm trying to start a new solar system with him. He'll be the sun. I'll be Mars. Last PI10 was good. Lemaire made it funny with the ladies. That's good. I didn't actually listen to that one. I apologize. What are you saying? Don't tell the schizophrenic that people on the wall are real. They were real the one time. Did you guys see that thing? When they found out all those Jew tunnels. No, but for real though, when they found out all those the Jewish guys were bopping around in all those tunnels and shit like that. And then there was dudes tweeting earlier that they were like, yo, why do I hear Hasidic people in the fucking walls? And it wasn't just like people will a lot of times like joke around and pull up and like make Photoshop. This dude legit tweeted this earlier. He was like, I know I'm not crazy. I hear Hasidic people talking in my walls. And then the Jew tunnel thing came out. And it's like, brother, it's like, it's so funny because there is a bunch of anti-Semitism out there that is ridiculous and over the top. But then there are those occasions where you're like, but the shit that like you hear Hasidic people actually doing, you're like, you're just making anti-Semitic people fucking bust. It's so funny to me. Like when you see that video when the dude was at I don't know what it was. It was like some convention and there was something to do with money, and at the booth, it just shot out at the booth like once every hour. It just shot out money into the air, and the guy's like, everyone's gathering around for the free money, and then he pans out, and it's literally just 5 Hasidic people. It shoots, which to be honest, it was probably shooting out like $20 to $30 at most. They were probably just getting a lot of bills, so it looked big. So realistically, this thing's shooting out $20, $30, $40 every hour. And then that happens, and they just start running around, and you're like, that's funnier than any anti-Jewish conspiracy I've ever heard. But yeah. Now, this is a good subject. Yeah, you guys just want me to talk about the Jews. I will, but you won't get me to say the bad stuff you want me to say. I'll talk about anything. I mean, in that context. Is it really ridiculous over there? Over the two, Andy must not be familiar with Simon Trent. No, I'm not. Or why they're so, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's 9/11. Yes. No, you're crushing Andy today, Andy. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, I stopped giving a fuck. I got to be honest. Something broke in me the other night. It was my penis. I was masturbating too much. Nah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it. It's just boring personal shit. But no, we were just like, it's a lot of shit's just been fucking getting thrown at me recently. And, yeah, a lot of shit's been thrown at me recently, and then just we had the realization that we gotta like fucking get a new car and do all this shit, and it's just been fucking shut up, Slav. Andy's been crushing that chair. God damn it, that's a good joke. I'm gonna give it to you. That's a good fucking joke, you piece of shit. It's a good goddamn joke, you sack of fucking shit. Hell yeah, fuck him up, Cartman, and made that joke years ago. Exactly. Fuck you, Slav. Fuck you. You might be racist, but you're not funny. No, it's, you know what it is. I just had it's a lot of things, because I don't want to get into it. It's gay and fucking boring and emotional, but just a lot of things came to a front at once. It was like a storm, and it came to a front. No, I'm kidding. When I said front, the joke popped into my head. That was not anything. I don't know. I get worried to fucking joke about this, and then it gets clipped up, and then a bunch of people with pink hair want to fucking kill me or something. But no, man. Like, I just had a lot of. It's not the Jews. I don't have any problem with the Jews. I think Jews are cool. Shout out Jews. No, it's just a lot of things sort of came to a front, and I just like, it's nothing personal. I don't give a shit about, like, I just stopped giving a shit about a lot of stuff, and it's like, I don't want to get too specific because some of it's private, and then some of it just, it's a bad look to bitch about that shit publicly. But I just I don't know, man. I just don't give a shit anymore. And then I see this shit happening, and we'll talk about Charlie Kirk now. I see this shit happening. I see this shit happening at what is this? Yo, Big Red off top. Are you gonna be at Optimum Noctis at the end of October? I'm making the trip to Oregon. It'd be sick to see all you guys. I mean, I'm at every single one. Let me know which one. And I'll try to. I'll talk to Nate Lemaire and Sean about getting me a set, so you guys can see us all do comedy and shit. But that's awesome, dude. From Oregon? Oh, so the end of October. Okay, so you're going to be at the second Noctis. All right. I'll hit up the boys and see if I can get a spot on that show. I know some people who run that show. So funny. I'll see about possibly getting a spot on 3 of my best friends' show. You guys got to start coming to Noctis, dude. They're getting like real fucking headliners there. Because like for the longest time, it would be a bunch of us funny fucks, and then like Matt would show up, or O'Connor would show up, or Tommy would show up. Dude, the last show was literally fucking Matt DeRosa, Tim Dillon, Sean and Nate. They asked me if I wanted to do a set later, and I got a little bit, because I was helping out. I was subbing in for Lemaire. But I ended up getting, I got a little, they asked me if I wanted to do a set, and I got too drunk too early. So I was like, I'm good. It was funny too. I fucked up DeRosa's intro. It wasn't even that big of a fuck up, but his special, and I say this as a fucking DeRosa fan. I've been a DeRosa fan since day one. But no, his special, I never promised you a rose garden. I think I said I didn't promise you a rose garden. I was like a little drunk and in my head, and as a DeRosa fan, it was so funny too because I was like, hey man, by the way, sorry for fucking up your intro. And he's like, I didn't even notice. It doesn't fucking matter. Nothing fucking. He said something like that, and I was like, DeRosa's the man. Shout out to DeRosa. He's cool as fuck. Well, he was also a dude too, where we were all hanging out in the green room. Him and fucking Rainey the one day were talking about sandwiches, and then I jumped in. And sometimes I've been there where like you'll talk. I'll see like a headliner I know, but I don't know them personally, and they'll be talking to someone I do know who they're friends with, and then you try to jump in, and occasionally they give you this look like, we're talking, you're not talking, we're talking, and then it's like I jump, and then you know what's funny? I'm just giving DeRosa props for being a normal human being. As I'm thinking about it, it's just you're just so used to like fucking egos in this shit that when like you see someone act like a normal person, you like over compliment them. But yeah, DeRosa's a really cool dude. DeRosa's the man. I don't know him like personally. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know my name, but I've been around him enough that I'm like, DeRosa's a cool fucking dude. Why does chat XP go up every time you say October 21st? All right, I'll hit up the boys. I'm sure they got room on the show for me. I like how you subconsciously did the Hevel horns when you said the Jews. Wait, did I? Oh, I did. You're like, dude, I love the Jews. Sorry. Okay. We're joking around. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, there was a bunch of like personal things happening in my life that just made me like go, I just don't fucking care about shit. Like I'm just tired. You know what it is? I'm tired. I'm just tired. I don't care. I used to spend so much time worrying about what other people think of me. And then it just was years and years of not getting anything, not getting nothing. Don't get me wrong, not getting nothing. I'm very happy for a lot of things I've gotten to do, but like I just not getting anything like real deal that I was expecting to have at this point. And it's just like, I'm just tired. And I like half of it's my fault, man. Half of it's my fault because I just gave a fuck about stupid shit for too long. And I was like too wrapped up in my own ego about other things. And it's just like, I just broke and I got tired and I don't fucking care anymore. And I'm just gonna, like, I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me because I've been a neutered version of me this whole time and it's not worked out in the way I thought it would. I don't even know if it's worked out, but it definitely hasn't worked out in the way I thought it would. So I'm just tired. I'm still going to be me, but like I've always been me, but I think at times because I've been too worried about like my career I've been like a neutered version of me, or I've overthought things like, should I have done that? Should I have done that? Like I've always been me. I just don't think I've given you all of me. You know what I mean? Like I've just been putting it in halfway, and you don't know. I got a whole other half of the dick I could give you guys. I've only been giving you guys 50% dick this whole time. Andy's going through puberty. I am. Welcome to my world, brother. Hell yeah. Don't neuter yourself for other people. No, and I don't want you guys to think I'm like a fucking pussy who like I haven't been a phony. That I can say proudly. I've never been a phony. Like you've never heard me actively lie about something on a podcast or shit like that. And I'm like, I've never been a phony, but I've definitely come to realize and I didn't even know I was fucking doing it for the longest time because I just thought that was how you're supposed to be. But yeah, I've never been a phony. That I can hold my head up fucking proud on. But I've definitely held back and neutered myself. It just haven't been my 100% genuine self. You know what I mean? Like just pure. It's like it's like it's like I'm cocaine and I could be giving you 100% pure cocaine, but there's fucking baby laxatives and fentanyl in it. And I'm sick of cutting it with fucking baby laxatives and fentanyl at this point. That's what I'm trying to say. You've been given, yeah, that's what it bugs me doing bug shit. What? Let your nuts hang. I will, Tim. Time Lizard. In the words of Kublai Khan, let your fucking nuts hang. My nuts will be hanging from now on. And then on top of that, so there's the other part of me, like, and I try not to come off as like politics. I don't want anyone to think politics are my main thing, but it's hard to like it's hard to be like an adult participant in society and not pay attention to the political situation. And especially too, when you're a guy like me, who is not, I don't follow traditional politics. Like I am a libertarian. I lean anarchist and shit like that. Like I have like these radical political beliefs and they don't line up with a lot of people online. So there is part of you that's like, you're coy about it. And after this Charlie Kirk shit, I'm just like, oh, cause I was online a bunch yesterday, just seeing shit. And I know people go like, oh, don't go on TikTok, but I've been actually having, the only place I've been having fucking success in at all is my fucking TikTok, actually, which is the funniest part. Is the only place I've been getting like a good response to anything I do. I mean, when I do these streams on here, you guys seem to fucking love them, so I love it there. But I've been only getting any real deal response I've been getting on fucking TikTok. And I was just on, it's like after the trial, just seeing how on TikTok and fucking Twitter, because it is like people go, TikTok's not real life, Twitter's not real life. And it's like, I hear you. And I think Twitter is an easier place for like bots to take over and tweet out random bullshit. And then on top of that, you got a lot of people like some Ian Miles Chong type motherfuckers who are just on fucking Twitter to get people riled up and talk bullshit. Like they're gonna just match their energy with whatever the current fucking thing is. But it's like on TikTok, you have people holding a phone in front of their fucking face and talking to it. And it's like a lot of it's super performative, but they mean what they say. And it's like seeing people now. My politics don't line up with Charlie Kirk 100%. I'm not pro. He was super pro Israel. Even though, and we will talk about it, he's been having a few things where he's going against Israel recently and shit like that. But like he's super pro Israel. He's I think I agree with him on a lot of abortion shit, but I'm not as extreme. I'm not as like extreme and passionate about it. So there's that. There's that shit. I don't know. I probably agree with him on a lot of shit. I just don't match up with his intensity on it because a lot of his shit comes from religious beliefs. A lot of my shit just comes from like understanding the practicality of living your life that way. So like, but at the same time, all the people who hate Charlie Kirk, they don't have the nuance to distinguish me from him that much. You know what I mean? They just find out that it's like you don't have a traditional view on trans people and abortion and shit like that. So like I realize the people who hate Charlie Kirk would not make a huge distinction from him to me. You know what I mean? It's really like an understanding who wants to kill you thing, or who not even wants to kill you, who'd be happy to watch you die. You know what I mean? It's coming from there. So it's like understanding who would be happy to watch me die. And then so it's like you see all these people talking shit about Charlie Kirk and you're like, they'd say that fucking shit about me. And then it's like, wait a minute, is this the world I'm living in that I'm worried about offending? And it's like, brother, I hope I would sit down and have a calm conversation with any of these people and hopefully bring them out of this like dark evil space that they're in. But like, I'm not going to waste my time being polite to people who would smile finding out I died. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that kind of broke me on a lot of this like political shit. I'm not going to be like over the top, flagrant, like, you know, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? Like provocative for the sake of it. Cause that's not my style. I'm not here to be on anyone's team. I'm here to talk about real shit, to go like, yo, this is the shit that's going on. Open your fucking eyes and pay attention and be real about it. That's why I talk about politics and shit like that. Because it's fucking life, man. That's like, if you see any of the shit I talk about, I'm tweeting about fucking like, yo, you know the government's full of pedophiles. Like, that's the shit I'm talking. You know what I'm saying? Andy actually is a sizable portion of Texas, big, wide, and red. Yeah, man. That's why I've been loving Texas, dude. But yeah, man, just realizing how, and dude, it's all fucking weird because like I was trying to understand, because there was part of me, because I didn't like Charlie Kirk. I thought his tactics were kind of cringy, and I thought he was just a dude. I thought he was just a dude who, you know, he's like, yeah, I'll go argue with fucking retarded college students to get cool clips, and we can like own the libs and stuff. And I never took him seriously, but over the past couple years, you know, like the love he showed to Dave Smith is really cool to me. Bringing him on to debate that guy is really cool. And then you start seeing more clips and how this dude, like, yeah, the stuff that goes viral is probably him the 20,000th time he's had to argue the same point. And he's probably being a little snappy with them and shit like that. But then you see a lot of other clips and you're like, man, this dude just kind of like really loved. He was wrong about shit, but he just really loved open discourse and open debate and shit. And then also finding out he was only like, I thought he was way older. He was only like 31. And I was like, man, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I love the guy now, and I agree with everything he said. I will admit, though, I think it does feel like he sucked less ass than I thought he did. So I'll give him that one. I will publicly acknowledge that. I don't think the dude was as bad as I thought he was, but I didn't even hate him for his fucking opinions, because it's like, I don't hate people for their fucking opinions. I hate people for like what they do, their impact, all that kind of shit. And it's like, well, and then I start seeing the other side, and I start wondering, like, what are you guys so fucking mad about? Like, because I didn't know. I knew a lot of people hated him. I didn't know it was like Celebrate His Death hated him. I didn't realize that's what was really taking me. And then I'm like, okay, maybe I was like, because I didn't like see a bunch of his shit yet, and I was like, maybe he is like a way worse dude than I realized or something. And I'm like, let me get, you know, it's like it's that skill I have. It's that thing I force myself to do. It's the thing I force myself to do, where it's like I give people the benefit of the doubt until they give me a reason. Until they give me a reason to not give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. So then I go and I watch fucking I see all these fucking TikToks, and it's like, and all these people talking on Twitter and all the opinions, and it's like, okay, why do you fucking hate Charlie Kirk? And it's like, okay, they'll be like, he's a Nazi, and I'm like, is he? Wait, was he Jewish? I forget if he was actually Jewish, or I forget if he was actually Jewish or he just supported Israel. This is really funny, by the way. Not Jewish. Okay, so according to YouTube, or according to a quick Google search, he's not Jewish. But okay, so sorry, that just derailed me. Drew Kane is Lemaire. So yeah, Charlie Kirk, like, not, so they'll be like, okay, Charlie Kirk's a Nazi. And it'll be like, okay, well, he's not Jewish, but aggressively supports Israel. So that's a weird thing to do as a Nazi. You know what I'm saying? So that's a weird thing to do. It's a weird thing to do as a Nazi, and I feel like if you could still interview Sorry, that sounded bad. I didn't mean to make that as make that sound like a joke. But also too, I feel like if you interviewed Charlie Kirk, you'd be like, "Hey, do you agree? Do you agree with the beliefs of the Nazi Party?" He probably would have said no. And then they'll be like, "He's a white supremacist," and it's like, okay, well, I mean, go back to his thing seemed way more about being a Christian or being religious in general. And once again, the Israel thing. So once again, it's really weird to support Israel that much and be a white supremacist. So I got to be honest, probably not a white supremacist. And then it was like the one thing you could get him on was like the way he would speak about black people. Like it was very tone deaf. It was very tone deaf and a little insensitive, but I don't know. It wasn't even, he wasn't even, from what I could tell, he wasn't even coming at it's not like he was going like, fuck black people. He wasn't coming at it like that. He was just talking about like gang violence and stuff in like inner cities and shit like that. So that's the thing. Like someone would bring up, like the last thing he said was in reference to, what the fuck was it? Read the Wikipedia for Christian fascism and you'll know what he's all about. Christo-fascism is a real thing that isn't Nazism. Okay. Anyway, boy, what was I saying about? So yeah, I'm not like the thing with Charlie Kirk. I'm not gonna act like he wasn't insensitive or lacked poise when he was talking about black people and shit like that. But from what I was gathering on it, I'm like, all you really have on him is that he's like a fucking dickhead to black people. Cause it's like, he'd talk about Chicago and like people were making the joke. It's like, oh, you talk about Chicago, but you get shot in Utah. And you're like, okay, yeah, that is ironic. But are you saying Chicago's not dangerous? You know what I mean? Like, are you saying, here, wait. I'm just going to Google how many people died last week in Chicago. Yeah, dude, literally just a random Google search. In the past week, 6 people have been fatally shot in Chicago. This includes incidents of gun violence across the city, which police reported multiple shootings and fatalities. So you're like, I just randomly Googled out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It's like, I get it. Like, be a little more tactful when you're talking about that and be a little more nuanced and stuff. But you're like, are we gonna pretend like Chicago's not fucked up and there's not something to solve? That like that's kind of my thing. Whenever people get mad at him over shit like that, I just go like, but what, like, are you mad at his delivery method? Because like for every time I see shit like that, people just get fucking pissed, but they never really like refute what he's saying. You know what I mean? And then it'll be like, they'll be like, all right, Slav, calm down. Slav, we talked about this. Calm down. But then like people will get him for right before he died. He was going on about the Ukrainian girl that got stabbed by the black dude on the train. Slav, calm down. I will put you in snooze because I know what you want to comment. Just don't. But no, they'll talk about the Ukrainian girl that got stabbed by the dude on the train or the light rail or whatever. And it's like, yeah, like legit on that one, I was getting pissed because I saw everyone making it racial where they're like, this is what they do. And you're like, this is actually not a common thing anywhere. You know what I mean? It's not like, like there, you see it with, there is a, what the fuck am I trying to say? Slav putting the pan on fire. Yeah, Slav's about to wild out. I mean, I'm not going to show it on screen if he does, but for the safety of my Twitch. And also too, he can go a little hard. And I just don't like seeing hateful shit like that. Even what you're saying. Do you need any poise when discussing black people? Just chill. Don't be rude. Just don't be rude. Don't be fucking dicks, guys. You guys know. This is a place for. I'm gonna Charlie Kirk it right now. We're gonna have a conversation. Oh, no, okay, bad joke. But yeah, no, like first thing with the Ukrainian girl, like that's also people are trying to racialize that. Where I saw that and I just go, this feels fake. Like if like I mean it. I'm kidding, but like you just see it and you're like what? You're like really, beautiful, like the most beautiful Ukrainian girl, immigrant, gets stabbed by like a black dude with dreads and shit. You're like, I mean, you can't write a more fucking like race baiting script than that. But like the reality, oh, Andy is a lover, not a biter. Yeah, the dude on the train would have done that if it was a black woman or an Indian guy, I think. Yeah, dude. And also too, like people were trying to make it racial, and it's like, guys, that's not like and people were being like, look at black people again. You're like, this isn't a thing that like happens regularly to that degree too. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. To that degree too. There's a thing that like, you know, that like doesn't happen. That's why I thought making it racial was kind of fucking stupid. But it's like, you guys know me, I hate and we're the ones. I got that white bitch. Did he yell that? I didn't know he yelled that. He literally was screaming, I killed that white bitch, I killed that white bitch, I killed that white bitch. Is 1,000% about race. Growing up, it's always been the blacks who are the most racist. But here's the thing I'm trying. Okay, I get it. He yelled, I killed that white bitch. No, guys, slow down. I believe you. You guys got fucking fast fingers. Save those for your ladies, not me. I get it. He yelled, I killed that white bitch. Okay. Slow down, guys. Slow down, guys. Slow down. It's you guys need to chill. You guys love to spaz. Stop making it. Okay, first off, Slav, don't fucking talk to me like that, you little pussy. Don't fucking talk to me like we're not fucking chill. Okay, this also bugs me. We're close, guys. Andy's gonna start noticing patterns. You don't. First off, don't disrespect me. Don't disrespect me in my. Don't disrespect me in my own stream. Like I'm not the best at noticing things. Get fucked. And the realization hits. Okay, this is you're. Slav was racist. You're being cunty, and the realization hits. Don't stop, guys. I'd rather don't make me cringe. I hate that. This is slow down. Oh my god, this is actually making me I mean, this is who are you, dude? Why are you so cringy? Slow down. I'm not ready for the truth. It's so funny. I don't understand why dudes on the internet who want to blame every black person for everything are so condescending when it's like, you guys have the least thought out train of thought ever. You know what I mean? Respect a man of many kinds of ice cubes. Thank you. I use the circular ones this time to cold this. Yeah, dude, it's the condescending nature of dudes who want to blame black people for everything drive me fucking crazy. But no, it's you guys are kind of proving my point a little bit where like you'll see I'm just trying to make friends. No, you're in my stream being a cunt. It's okay. I still love you to death, brother. I love everyone who supports me. Just like it's we're bros. You were watching me. I'm not like a fucking fairy comic that's worried about his fucking career. If I was, I'd be way more successful right now. I am worried about my career. I made that joke earlier. My wife doesn't like when I make that joke. But it's you guys listen to my shit every fucking week, and then you get in my stream and you talk condescending and cunty to me. It's like, say it with your chest. Talk like a man. Don't hit me with some fucking theater kid fucking pussy shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's my only thing. And then also too, just like just don't be a fucking think, because this is the thing I was getting at earlier. This is what I was getting at fucking earlier. Is like when you talk, like with the Ukrainian girl getting stabbed by the black dude, you see shit like that, and you guys are kind of doing what I was kind of getting at. I was trying to get at earlier. when the shit happens, you see that and you go, that's what they're like. And you're like, dude, this thing is literally not common. Like, this shit doesn't happen that often. Just like people on a train, dude gets up and fucking stabs him in the head. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so slow the fuck down. I forget why I even brought this the fuck up. You guys fucking spazzed. That's what's, but for the record, it's tiny hats that cause all the problems. Black guys are just used as the weapon. So okay, you guys got to legitimately slow down. Here's the other part. Here's the other part that gets me fucking annoyed is you guys know I'm fucking cool, and then you know what you should chill the fuck out on, and then you spaz in the chat, and then I got to be a fucking pussy who bans people. Don't make me ban you like a fucking bitch. It makes me feel like a fucking bitch. So just chill the fuck out. What do you fucking do? You go in a fucking stream and just go like, it's the Jews and blacks on everything. Shut the fuck up. Like, I'm more mad about you behaving like dumb people than being like, he's just not ready for the truth. No, you're acting like fucking stupid people. You're acting like unintelligent people. Be better. That's my thing. My God, dude. Fucking it's irritating. It's irritating too when guys like you call me out for that shit where it's like, I'm a real motherfucker all the fucking time. I'm a real motherfucker all the fucking time. And you guys are going to act like I'm a fucking afraid to talk about something? Brother, I go on comedy podcasts and talk about economics. What the fuck are you talking about? All right, Slav, you're being a fucking, God damn it. God damn it. This is what irritates me too, is I'm like the nicest fucking guy out here. I'm the nicest fucking guy out here. Most people would ban you fucking dudes who act like this way earlier than me. And I'm a fucking nice guy and you take advantage of it. That's the fucking part that drives me fucking nuts. Is I'm a nice fucking guy and you guys take advantage of it. No one lets you guys fucking tart out like I do. The fuck, dude? You're allowed to. I love you. I love you guys so much. You're just disrespecting me right now. You just disrespecting me with this shit, man. All right, Slav's getting out of here. Don't talk I'm not trying to spaz on you here, man. I'm just saying, don't talk to me like I won't have the fucking conversation. You're good, dude. You're good. I love you so much. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I feel like a fucking Frieza anyway for talking like this. Don't talk to me like I won't have the conversation. That's my fucking thing. I love you so much, buddy. I love you so much. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. I like taking advantage of Andy sexually. I'll be a good little tard from now on. Yeah. We're all good. We're all good. All love. All love. All love. Sorry. Fucking I'm a retard from fucking Pennsylvania. You're gonna get this sometimes. I hear you, Andy. I'm leaning more and more the other side as much as I don't want to. Yeah. I love you too, brother. I'm sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's just, you know what it is? A lot of people, here's my thing. I like having conversations. I like talking about conspiracies. I like talking about this shit. But and then the conspiracy guys, they fucking freak out because no one wants to talk with them. I'm being generous and letting these guys talk in. And then it's like we need to be able to have these conversations without people going, the Jews and blacks, the Jews and blacks. It's like, slow the fuck down. Slow the fuck down. Because I'm not afraid of anything. I'll go flip burgers. I'll go ride a forklift. I don't fucking care. You guys just need to understand it's a stupid thought process to just blame all the fucking Jews. It's a stupid thought process to just blame all black people. It doesn't make any sense. You know, the same way when they blame all white people, you get mad. That's what you're doing to them. You're acting like a fucking liberal, fucking progressive retard. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. You're acting like the woke pussies you hate. So if you're just going to blame all black people, you're choosing not to think. You're choosing, because I get it. Being like that feels nice because it gives you a solid bow to put on the fucking present. It gives you a solid conclusion to everything. It gives you to just be like, I get you when you're in that, because the whole world is fucking crazy and there's no clear answers. And then if you can just sit there and blame all the Jews, I get that feeling of contentness. But it's factually inaccurate. It's factually inaccurate. Trust me, I've been doing comedy for a while. I've met a couple Jews. The ones I've met don't control the weather. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, when you're best friends with a fucking black dude who plays Yu-Gi-Oh and loves cartoons and fucking watches wrestling and listens to Knocked Loose, you're going to start realizing, oh, not everyone's the same. And it's like, I can I send one message to people who are obsessed with black people? And I guess this applies to the Jews. It's way more about socioeconomical issues than it has anything to do with race. It has so much more to do with socioeconomical shit than it does to do with race. You know what I'm saying? So that it's purely just because it's a lazy argument. And I have no time for lazy fucking arguments. I have zero fucking time for lazy arguments. You know what I mean? And then people who talk about this shit, they talk shit like they know fucking anything. And it's like, you don't fucking know anything. You're literally just being the liberal woke snowflake you fucking hate. So happy birthday. You're a fucking Frieza. The ones I've met don't control the weather. Slav's going to be like that even when you're streaming with Dalton. Oh, yeah, true. All right. But yeah, Ma. I love you dearly. I appreciate you being here. I'm not saying this like I don't spaz like, trust me, I've spazzed like this on all my friends. It's just when it comes out, it comes out. I still love you guys all to fucking death. You're the only people that fuck with me. I love you so much. But it's just I love talking about conspiracies and all that shit. It's just so exhausting every fucking time. Every fucking time it's the Jews. It's like, yeah, I get it. They show up. But it's like how, you know what it is? And this is why it's always good to blend. It's always good to compare it to like the woke bullshit. Cause like, you ever hear the ladies will be like, yeah, only men are kings. And you're like, yeah, you know how many kings there were? A handful. So it's like this thing of like, oh, so you're just going to blame all men for the behavior of the kings of countries? You know what I mean? Like, Congress is mainly men. Yeah, it's like 300 of them. You know what I'm saying? You're going to say that's indicative of us? Get fucked. So it's the same thing. It's like when people talk about violent crime in reference to black people, it's like, dude, crunch the numbers. They'll be like 50% of the population or 13% of the population does 50% of the crime. And you're like, even the black babies? Well, no, not the black babies. Okay, so that's like a good chunk of the 13%. We're probably down to 11%. You're like, what about black senior citizens? You're like, well, probably not them. And then you're like, okay, so we're probably at that point down to 9%. And then you're just like, so is it every black person in society? You're like, well, no, a lot of those black people are rich or in the suburbs and shit. So they're not probably, you're like, that probably knocks us down to 5%. You know what I mean? And it's like, you keep going, you find out it's like, oh yeah, it's like a percentage. It's a percentage of people in every fucking city. And we've historically shit on black people. So it's like, yeah, dude, if we did that to Mexicans, if we did that to whites, if we did that to anyone, the percentages would work out that way. If we historically abused 13% of the population, the numbers would work out that fucking way. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, one, if you want to be like, black people commit 50% of the violent crimes, it's like you're actually talking about a really small percentage of black people. The black people you're talking about is a really small percentage of black people. And then on top of that, it's like so much of it has to do with drug laws and them being too much on gun laws and shit like that. And you're like, oh yeah, so much of this stuff's illegal because we're so harsh on drugs. And then you start realizing you're like, oh, it's a socioeconomical issue, and it's also the vast majority of it's the fucking government's fault. So it's why, yeah, money is fake and gay. If you wouldn't do it for Christ, don't do it for money. Money's real. It's just devalued. I hate when people say money's fake. It's not fake. It's real. It's just devalued. It's just fucking devalued, and it doesn't mean what it used to mean. There's a lot of people in here. Big Red in the Morning. Go listen to Drag the Lake. Go listen to No More Heroes. Go listen to listen to Panties, obviously, but you're on the Panties page, so you already listen to Panties. Oh, shit. The episode comes out in a little bit. I forgot. I'm streaming at the same time as the episode. I'll make sure you guys better go stream when that. You ever go watch the fucking episode when it comes out? But yes, a lot of people are watching. Watch Panties. But can some of you guys fucking watch Drag the Lake or No More Heroes? Jesus Christ. It's fake if you keep printing it forever. Yeah, I mean, the value of it is fake. It's devalued, and it's like the value of it is based off of our fucking military being scary. For private reasons, other reasons for harsh drug laws existing, and show those laws only exist to punish blacks and keep the money flowing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the for-profit thing is always misleading to me because it's like it's not like it's completely private, and they get a lot of government money. So you could have a private business, but if the vast majority of your profits come from the government, you're not a private business. Like my wife's stepdad is a lineman, and he works for a private he works for a private company, but they constantly get money from the government, so they have to abide by government rules and regulations. So it's like you're basically government run if you have to follow every single one of their rules. Your money is not backed by gold. It is not. That is true. They denied the Epstein release again. Seems well timed. Yeah. I mean, it's really simple concept. Money is backed by gold. So yes, it goes up and down in value. Yeah. The fiat. Yeah. Money. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some money in Fort Knox, but it's probably backed by fucking nothing or very little. I think our money's more our money's more propped up by all the debt that we have. I'm sorry I spazzed earlier, but you guys made me too. No, I'm actually not that embarrassed about it. It's fine. People try to trick you into not getting worked up when it's like I could see how some people could look at that as and that's valid. I also don't care. But a lot of people try to fucking trick you into not having real emotions about things. And it'll be that shit where they'll be like, "Ooh, you're mad." I go, "Yeah, you for the fucking shit you did. People should be mad at you for that. You shouldn't just get away with that and everyone not say anything. People should be mad at you for that." So yeah, I'm actually not embarrassed about that. It's fine. Backed by shekels. Sorry. Love the passion. I'm here for the shit. For democracy. Hell yeah. Love you too, Derek. All right, let's watch some shit about Charlie Kirk.
Immediately after we finished our recording, there actually was some new information. We're going to add this to the very top, so I'm just going to go ahead and
wait a minute. What do they have? Did they have anything yesterday about Charlie Kirk? Yo, I don't want to do it here, but you guys have to look into that Epstein birthday book. Dude, when you see a lot of the Epstein birthday book, you'll be less surprised that fucking yesterday happened. Because everyone's like, what's your proof that it was intelligence? I mean, it feels like it. We don't have proof on a lot of this shit, but, I have become a grade A noticer, like we talked about before. I'm pretty good at noticing shit. It's sorry for the outburst, just it's all relative because it seems like y'all got to grow up around blacks different from the ones I grew up around. You're good, Slav. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. No, you're good. You're good. I also probably spazzed a little too hard. I love everyone. You guys hear that? I fucking love everyone.
Hi, everyone. Immediately after we finished our recording, there actually was some new information. We're going to add this to the very top, so I'm just going to go ahead and share some of the latest from law enforcement. This is from the law enforcement press conference. This is at 9:26 a.m. Eastern time, just for dating purposes. I'm going to go ahead and play this about what they know about the individual.
We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus. Shortly away from campus, we have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time.
Lemaire's the assassin. This is why he's missing from the stream. Yeah, dude. This is why Lemaire hasn't been in the room with us. I mean, where was he? Where was he? Doing shows?
We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately.
So that's big news. They do have footage. We discussed in our segment about how it was pretty shocking that they had not released any information or video.
Yo, is this real? Is this real? The odd thing about yesterday was the first media to print about Kirk's shooting was the Jerusalem Post, and the article also says it's odd how Utah has a surprisingly small population of Jews. Like that's a crazy thing to include. Lemaire has no business being on a roof. Dude, that would be hilarious. Dude, Lemaire's just on a roof taking people out, and then he's trying to like flee, and he's just like, oh. Just bumbling around. I grew up in a segregated area, Indians and blacks in the apartments, white and Mexicans in the trailer parks, and white trash in the houses. We all hated each other and we all hung out. Well, that's a thing too. Like, I was thinking about this. A big thing they stole from us was casual racism. I was like, I think casual racism kept the world together, man. You know, because it's like you need to be able to just on a low level. It's why the whole like the Jews do everything and all blacks are violent. It's why that stuff's not constructive. But you do need to just bang out a little bit of casual racism. You know, if you're having a bad day, a certain group cuts you off in traffic, you need to be able to go like, they do that. It's not right. It's wrong, but you need it because you can't just approach everything with nuance. You need to be able to just fucking ping, bang, boom, hit some shit like that. Yeah.
There, we do have one more thing that we can play here about the rifle, which the weapon they believe that they've discovered. I'm going to go ahead and play that as well.
This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered.
So there you go. They've recovered a high-powered rifle. So those are the two kind of addendums that just to add into that, keep that in context. Anything else you want to add, Crystal, before we throw to our original comments?
No, I think that's it. Yeah, just guys, we record a whole thing and then right afterwards there's this press conference.
Right.
So, just take that additional information in as you're listening to our commentary. Obviously, some of the specifics have changed about what we know about the potential suspect, but I think all the overall commentary on what it means for the country, et cetera,
There you go.
continues to stand. So,
That's
all right,
fine.
guys, we'll keep you updated best we can. And Ryan, Emily, and I will be doing a Friday show tomorrow as well.
Hello, everybody. It's Thursday, and we had to do a little bit of special programming today because conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot and murdered yesterday in Utah.
Damn, Slav. Fucking Sagar's probably going through it. He was probably friends with him. If not like close friends, like they definitely crossed paths a bunch of times. And Sagar, without a doubt, liked Charlie Kirk.
Utah. So we're coming in from home. I think people can hear. It's a very difficult story to cover, and we're going to take everybody through it, and we're going to talk a little bit about kind of what it means, to us, and kind of what I think we means, to the mission of the show, and just generally about the country and all of that. But we do think, this is a place where we have to show up. We got to do the news. So, Crystal, why don't we just go ahead and start, with everything that we know? Crazily enough, it was literally happened as we were planning the show
That's right.
for the next day, and we all found out in real time. So
Yeah.
it's a
Emily
crazy
started sending
experience.
us messages, and none of us could believe it. And before we get into what we know, which frankly, I mean, we waited to put anything out last night because there's always, misdirection and things that are wrong, et cetera. And usually things shake out and you get a clearer picture of what the hell happened. And I can't say that we know that much more this morning than we did yesterday. From everybody at Breaking Points, from me, Sagar, Ryan, and Emily also wanted us to convey our horror at the whole thing, and our deepest condolences to Charlie's family, his wife, his 2 kids who were there on the scene when he was shot and murdered in this political assassination that happened in broad daylight. So here's what we know. Let me go ahead and set the scene a little bit. This was, Charlie is known for his.
It's weird, but I think this type of thing is going to become more common. Yeah, that was a thing I was like trying to talk about on my TikTok because I just kept seeing a bunch of deranged people fucking being like, well, I don't like his opinions. He had really bad opinions and now he got killed. That's a good thing. And yeah, that was kind of that was kind of the fucking thing that I was just like, but it's you guys got to look at the bigger fucking picture. It's why I would rather anyone I hate, I would rather just have someone debate them and try to like bring them over to the like the better viewpoint. I was trying not to be condescending, but but no, it's like I would rather people get brought over to the right side of things than to. It's like I don't, because it's like, what do you think? Oh, you're mad at what Charlie Kirk thinks? What do you think's gonna fucking happen now? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. You think there's just gonna be people are just gonna pack it up and go home? They're like, all right, I don't believe that. I believe that because Charlie Kirk believes that. Honestly, it's like it's kind of revealing on how other people think about shit. Cause it's like, dude, if you're it kind of shows how people who are like applauding his death are literally just like they just go with the times. They go with like whatever the current thing is. Because they're almost saying like, if you're I'm just going off what they're doing. I might not be right, but if you're saying that you think killing Charlie Kirk will help make the world a better place and not breed more Charlie Kirks, because it's like you made him a martyr, or not you, but he became a martyr. He's become a martyr now. You know what I mean? He's a symbol now. He'll never go away. That's the irony too. Charlie Kirk will never go away now, and now his opinions will be amplified even more. And so it's like, is that because like if your lightning rod of what you think got taken away, you would just stop thinking that? Is like it's almost, I wonder if it's like a revealing moment. But yeah, man, I don't know. In a weird way, I think because there is a part of me that just goes, this shit glows. And if you don't know what that means, it's it's talking about like the fucking FBI doing it and shit like that. It just this shit fucking glows like a motherfucker. It has the feds all over it and shit like that. But obviously you can't prove that yet. It just reeks of it. You know what I mean? Just reeks of it. Can't prove it, just reeks of it. But the fuck was I gonna say originally? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, I think this will probably keep happening. Well, it's funny too because a lot of this stuff makes the right wing look way better. Because it's like if you did any version of this on the left, people would be wiling out. Like, dude, they would have a thing where like a fucking black dude would get shot by the cops after he was like charging for his gun, and then people would like burn down a city. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm not, once again, I hate talking about the racial. I think the racial shit is a distraction. I'm just saying what happens. So it is kind of like a weird props to the right to be like, yo, they took your guy out. Fucking government probably took your fucking guy out. And they're just like, we'll do a candlelight visual. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Glows like a fucking Christmas tree. 1000%. This is Gen Z's JFK because so many people are saying they didn't want their kids to see it, but it was too late. That's a really interesting point. Never thought about it that way. This changed a few things. My concern is that some of the younger folks might be more influenced by Fuentes now, despite their major differences. Well, that's the thing, dude. That's the thing. Like, Fuentes is going to be bigger than ever now. That's just the result. You know what I mean? Like, if you take out Charlie Kirk, like, people don't realize Charlie Kirk was like the dam holding Fuentes back, because he was, you know, he was the guy. He was one of the guys you get to before Fuentes on that shit. He was the guy you get to before Fuentes. And now he was like the dam holding Fuentes back. I agree with you on they want the left and the right to be divided. It is top versus bottom, and this solidifies it. Yeah. I mean, this is definitely, it just, you know what it is? It's like, it's not that there's any direct proof that it was the feds, but there's just, it benefits them so much. It's the same logic I use when looking at a lot of the climate change rhetoric. It's not that I don't like believe in climate change. I don't fucking know enough to like, and I think a lot of people need to be humble on the climate change conversation and go like, none of us know enough to really be like, this is what's happening. And then it's like, I don't know, the pompous nature people have to be like, oh yeah, we could, we could like help change the temperature of the climate and not have anything bad happen. But no, the main thing I was trying to say with the climate change stuff is like, you look at that. The fuck was I trying to say? Sorry, I spaced out for a second. I was thinking about too many things. Fuck. Need some water. Oh, yeah. That's what I was trying to say with the climate change stuff. It's like, if you look at the fucking rhetoric, if you look at the rhetoric that they're saying and what it kind of gets them to, that's what you got to look at. You got to look at, like, that's why it's like people should throw out, like, I'm not saying everyone needs to solve every problem. There's definitely it's important to like point out problems, but you know, when it's like a politician or like a tech bro or something that's trying to get you to do a certain thing or believe a certain thing, if you look at like the climate change policies and the shit they're doing, you're like, oh, they're going to get a shit ton of control. And also too, like, a lot of the climate change stuff goes back to bad investment on EVs. And I'm not like, listen to Whitney Webb's shit recently about that. There's a lot of, or not recently. No. I was listening to a bunch of Whitney Webb. So I was like bouncing all over the place with interviews of her, because I was just listening to a bunch of Whitney Webb shit. And a big thing, she loves to talk about these billionaires, and like a lot of these billionaires just invested a fuck ton of money in EVs. And it's kind of funny with all that. And like, oh, that's how I think a lot of these people invested or they really believe in it, and they invested a shitload of money in EVs, and they weren't prepared for the American public to really not give a fuck about them. But it's like, no, we're doing this. So I think a lot of people involved in that stuff back the climate change shit, because, you know, it's like someone who pretends to care about climate change. How do you get them? Like, what's the first thing they do? It's like, well, probably buy a fucking electric car, because that's like the quickest way to feel like you're doing something and you know, to not actually do anything. And it's like, if you look into, and I'm no expert on it. I listened to like 2 podcasts about it, but it was very interesting and very informative. But if you look into the production on fucking batteries, like what they got to do to get the cobalt, and the way they have to like basically, you know, it's some Tales of an Economic Hitman type shit. The thing they got to do to these countries to get them to like give them the mining rights and it's such shady bullshit. And then the like slave labor they do to have to get all this fucking cobalt, and then the production of these batteries is like not eco-friendly and all this shit, just so like your rich fucking first world American ass can get a fucking electric car. It's so fucking backwards, but it all leads to that kind of shit. It all leads to like that kind of shit. And it's why it's like, well, what's the end result? You know what I mean? I got off sidetracked. Jesus, Slav. Assassination of a major public figure for a month. Seems like they're trying to divide the United States. Yeah. It's far more tolerant, but when they snap, they're far more dangerous. That's fair. I forget why I went off on that fucking climate change shit 2 weeks ago. Crazy is going to benefit a closeted homosexual. Well, I had a rant about it a while ago, but some of the people who've done the worst things to humanity are closeted homosexuals. That's why it's like, be free and gay, dude. 2 weeks ago, someone called into Kirk's show and asked why he wouldn't debate Fuentes, and Kirk was shaking on camera. Too bad, we will never get it. That's fine. I don't know if the Kirk Fuentes debate. I mean, all debates good. The only thing we agree between is left and right is the Epstein list. Yeah. We're about to have a whole new wave of Gen Alpha Catboy Groper. What's a Catboy? I've heard of Groypers. What's Catboy? Catboy Nazis are my favorite kind of Nazi. What's Catboy? Feel sick knowing that Kirk's kids were in the front row. Oh, yeah. No, I saw someone tweet apparently his daughter like went running to him when she heard the gunshot, and I'm like, oh, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, dude, legitimately look up the production of EV batteries, and you'll realize that they're all full of shit. They're all full of shit. They just invested too much money into this technology, and they don't want. That's a lot of the tech bro shit. A lot of the tech bro shit is like, dude, we've invested too much money into this. We can't back out. We can't fucking back out. And so then they just construct a fake world so you buy their bullshit. I never listened to Kirk much. I agree with him on a lot of things, but I don't really want to see the opinions of college kids. This one just made me sad. He just seemed like an okay guy. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, Charlie Kirk seems like a way chiller dude than I realized. I'm not going to like magically just fucking go, he's right about everything, but yeah. The rare metals are being phased out. The oil is still worser. Is it worser? I'm sorry. I'm being a cunt. Is it more badder? All right. I'm going to start this video, but Panty starts in 15 minutes. I'm not going to stop streaming because I completely fucking forgot it was Panties Day. But everyone should pause and watch Panties, or play it in another window on mute. And if I'm not done by then, come back here and hang out. What's this? Young with a wife and 2 kids. He was never one to call for violence. He was a dick sometimes, but he debated he didn't want violence. Yeah, that was the thing about Charlie Kirk is like, at the end of the day, agree with him or not, the worst thing about like, I mean, you could say like, oh, he had some horrible opinions, but he was just a guy voicing his opinion. And you know what I mean? Like, it sounds, Rogan says it all the time, but he's like, the best thing to do with bad opinions is good opinions are the best thing for bad opinion. However the fuck Rogan says it. And then there's that like corny phrase that it's corny because it's true, but it's like the best light is the best disinfectant. So it's like just that, but like that's the problem with a lot of these people who get mad at these guys is like, they don't always have good arguments, which is ironic because there is usually good arguments for half the fucking opinions they have. But yeah, they don't have good arguments. So that's why they go to like this violent demonic shit that they believe. But yeah, man, do you think they don't want us talking about Israel's connection with 9/11? I mean, we will at some point. Slave minds, people are starting to notice patterns. Yeah, I mean, it's the best thing you could do. start noticing patterns. But attribute those patterns to groups properly. Have the Zoomer growers are femboys or diddlers. That makes sense because I see so many accounts that'll just be tweeting out double GERs and they'll just have like a fucking anime girl as their profile, and you're like, what's the racist anime girl thing? Are we as a country on the fast track on the downward spiral down the rabbit hole? Helter Skelter, mute the browser tab, not the actual video. This was a joke that was making me laugh. I didn't even know he was sick. It's actually genuinely funny. Later. Yeah, boys, Panty's about to start. Either go watch it or pull it up and mute it or whatever. Have it on a different window. But Panties is about to start. Go fucking watch it. Wait, half the account's doing what? Oh, wait, I wanted to address this. Are we as a country on the fast track on a downward spiral down the rabbit hole? Yeah, I think what's happening is like everything's getting ramped up. I think all the like countermeasures to make us stop paying attention to what's really going on are getting ramped up because we're just like we're finding out too much shit. You know, like I was watching a video yesterday, a Breaking Points video yesterday about the Epstein birthday book, and you're just like, it's beyond being like, we got you and interesting, and this will win the argument. It's like this disturbing, unsettling shit where you go, who the fuck runs this country? Who are these people in charge? Who are these people up top? It's this like next level disturbing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you like, dude, I think I tweeted about it. Let me pull up the cover up is going to be so easy. Oh, sorry. Trying to tweet it. Fucking. Yo, guys, tell fucking Sam Tripoli that I'm a cool guy. Oh yeah, here it is. Like this shit. It's not just like, oh, we figured out. It's like people do this shit where they go on like the fucking, they obsess over like the signature and stuff, and you're like, brother, this is directly from the Epstein estate. I mean, after like, I don't know. I guess I can't technically prove this, or I don't know, but it's like after all, fucking cunt. Like after all that's been going on and all that we've know to be true and all this other shit, dude, the odds that this is just made up, get fucked, dude. I don't know, man. I need new headphones. I don't know why I haven't got new headphones at this point. These are absolute shit. Later, Andy in chat. Oh, wait. I read that earlier. Sorry. Oh, but yeah, like you see shit like this and you're just like, who the fuck are these people? It's beyond just like, well, let me actually, honestly, I want to take it off because it's fucking weird. But it's like, it's past a whole like, well, let me tell you why you're wrong. And you're just like, dude, is the president a pedophile? Like legit, it's getting to a point where you're like, you know, you would make jokes to be like, oh, he's hanging out with Epstein. He might be. It's like, no. Is the president a pedophile? Like legitimately. Let me freshen up my mustache while I yell that. Like, legitimately, can we, ask him about Charlie, ask him about the Middle East, ask him about Ukraine, how's the economy going to be? Also, are you a fucking pedophile? Like, how is that not being asked every fucking day? Because there's really good evidence that the president might be a fucking pedophile. It's fucked up, dude. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, be like legitimate. I'm not trying to like fearmonger, but legitimately like be careful out there, guys. you know, they're like shit feels like it's ramping up. Or maybe this might be like the big moment and then it calms down. But all this stuff feels inorganic and all this other shit. But it's like, I don't know, man, because I just think like the lies are getting exposed in a much more exponential way. And it's like all this stuff that's happening feels very inorganic. And you're like, if it is inorganic, are they going to ramp that the fuck up? You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to scare people. But I just don't feel too positive over the next couple of weeks or something, or the next year. I just don't, dude. I just don't, man. That's really, I'm just being real. Because I listen to some of my podcasts and some of the guys on there, they're very dramatic and emotional every single time. And it gets a little exhausting. But like, and I'm not trying to be like that, but it's just like, dude, they're like, it just feels like they're fucking ramping it up. You know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know. I wish more people read all the like fucking libertarian bullshit, because I think that's why everyone's spazzing. And you're like, there is an alternative. You know what I mean? We can just like not do the whole government thing. The problem is, though, you need a lot of people. You need to change a lot of people's minds before you go that route. God, that video is fucking. Whoever just sent me that Charlie vid, touch metrics, that video is fucking crazy, dude. James, how you doing? 2008, yeah, man. I don't know. I'm definitely not going to sit here and be like, I know the solutions. I don't know the fucking solutions, but not talking about it won't help. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do, but I'll always try to do the right thing.
College tours. This was the first stop of a college tour. This was in Utah at Utah Valley University, and you know, it looked like a normal day. He was out. He was throwing hats into the crowd, and then suddenly gunfire erupts, and you can see everybody scattering and screams and chaos. You guys have probably seen the actual video of his murder, which was captured on camera. And if you haven't seen it, I recommend you don't watch it, because the image will haunt you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Absolute horror. Single shot to the neck. And
Yes. When people stop talking, that's when civil war starts. And that's the thing. It's like never think that, like, I don't know. Never think that like conversing isn't an option. But it's like, you know, still be on the defense. I don't know, man. It's all fucking crazy. Cuz it's like some of these people, like, you see some of these people online, you're just like, I mean, I don't feel safe in a country with you guys, man. I don't feel safe knowing you guys are around me. It'll be funny too, because I saw this one band. I see it all. I see a lot of the, like, I'm just like the music I'm into and all this shit. I'm very tapped into all these like fucking just retarded commie opinions all these fucking people have. I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just rough sometimes. Like, you remember that one video that went around, that dude in the band, where it was like, fuck, what's the video? Horse. It was that one fucking video of the guy in band rant, horse jerking off. Okay, here we go. No, it's just like with a lot of the way people are with this shit. What band was this, by the way? The immensely prolific Hate Six has shot hundreds, if not thousands, of Red Scare. So they're probably a bunch of commies. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. It's just that, like, that way of thinking when you're like a fucking, that like commie bullshit is just sorry. Where'd it go? Oh man. Oh, fuck. Andy and all the rest of you Yanks, keep an eye out for September 13th. Kirk was supposedly going to be speaking at an event as well. Well, I'm in Texas, so Britain's gonna burst. So much celebrating from sick liberals. Well, yeah, that's the thing too, where it's like, I was like, oh shit. Oh, that was the other thing I was gonna say. I forget exactly why I brought up the Red Scare video of the guy talking about the horses. But oh yeah, I was gonna correlate it to like, oh yeah, this band. I don't want to put them on blast. They're a good band. I don't want to put them on blast. Like I'm like, fuck these guys. Here, wait, let me just pull it up. I don't have to actually like fucking. I got too many tabs going on. Dude, these fucking websites. I can't get these websites suck ass. It's like, you guys just tweet it. Because the way that these websites are. Oh, last reminder. Good. A bunch of you guys are fucking leaving. Go watch Panties. I'm going to still talk and yap because I want to learn more about this situation. Panties starts in 3 minutes. Panties in the Mouth starts in 3 minutes. Go fucking watch it, or at least have it open in the side so we get the fucking views. Oh yeah. So let me pull up the band so I don't misquote them. So if Kirk is leaving a vacuum, who will fill it, or where will his listeners go? I know some will go to Fuentes. Well, Fuentes is going to get a shitload of listeners. Also, on top of that, he was like, showing his condolences and all that. So yeah, Fuentes is gonna get huge after this. Yeah, this is the thing too that's like, I don't know. Maybe it's because from my perspective, but seeing these tweets, a video of a white right wing talking head getting popped in the neck traumatized you, but seeing videos of Palestinian children being blown up daily doesn't even faze you, says a lot. This really goes back to, this is why people need to start arguing specific points, because you're like, dude, you're kind of arguing with someone in your head, because like, obviously there's, dude, even the most pro Israeli person who's just gonna lie for Israel and shit, you're still gonna show them a fucking video of a Palestinian person getting blown up and they're gonna have a reaction. So it's like, you see a lot of, and this actually goes to my point too, where it's like, you see a lot of these people bitching and moaning and arguing online, and it's like, dude, you're turning the made up person in your head into like the actual people you're looking at. So it's like, that's why I always go to like, argue the point. Like, what did they do? What did they say? So it's like, yeah, if the Charlie Kirk in your head was a real guy, I could see celebrating his death. But like, you're just so missing you're just missing everything. But yeah, this band, they go to anyone on certain side of the aisle who's feeling scared because of today's news. Now you've got a small glimpse into the fear that the marginalized people you target feel every single day as a result of your ghoulish, hateful rhetoric. Political violence has no place in this country, from the people who stroke their shit daily to political violence against marginalized communities in foreign nations. And it's like you'll see that I feel sorry for kids who not only lost their father, but will one day want to know what he was and what led to this, only to discover how genuinely heinous he truly was. You know what I mean? And it's just like that thing where it's like, now you know 1 ounce of the fear that it's like, who? It's like, and I have a lot of sympathy for the people getting deported, because it's like, there's a lot of people where you're like I was thinking about it yesterday, because I was walking in and I saw a bunch of like Mexican dudes who were like busting their ass. They're like remodeling this fucking 7-Eleven. And they were just like, it was late at night and they were just like busting their ass. And you're like, and you know, there's like, listening to them talk, there's a 50-50 shot. Some of them are illegal and shit like that. And you're just watching that. You're like, yeah, assimilate that guy. You know what I mean? So it's like, the way they're doing it is definitely like, you know, fucked up, and they're not it's like, dude, some of these dudes deserve to stay here. Yeah, did they get over the border illegally? But some of them deserve to stay here. But then on the flip side of that, you're like, oh, are you afraid because you're in the country illegally? You're like, I mean, that makes sense. You came here illegally. Like, I'm not saying you didn't have a good reason, but you came here illegally. And it's like, oh, what? Oh, marginalized people, like, oh, what? Like trans people, because they might not get free money to cut their dick off. Like, what are we talking about, man? You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, man. It just, I will say this. It worries me to find out that, like, oh, there's a lot of people in this country that if they saw a person like me, I would then become this made up person in their head. And now I have to be worried about, like, oh, is that guy you've made up in your head like a really bad dude? You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, that kind of shit fucking wigs me out. It's not good. They murdered the let's have a conversation guy. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like all you have on him is bad opinions. At the end of the day, all you have on him is bad opinions. You know what I mean? So that's the guy who deserves to die. It's fucking weird, dude. Those guys are already assimilated and are probably citizens. I wouldn't deport any Hispanics. Hispanics are great. It's enough hate. There's enough Haitians and Arabs to deport to them first. Well, that's the thing that irks me. It's like, dude, the vast majority of like Hispanics that you're deporting are like, no, they're either, well, there were some citizens that got deported, but it's like, yeah, they're illegal, but they're all really hard fucking working dudes. You know what I mean? The average Hispanic person here is probably like working pretty hard. I think it's like, I don't know. The ones that irk me are like, you'll see like Arab or Indian dudes that are here on like a fucking visa that just overstay it. And then they're, you know, I don't know. That's the kind of shit no one talks about, is dudes overstaying their visa. That's actually like a way, I've heard that's a way bigger. And I don't mean to, I'm not saying it's just Arab and Indians. It's a whole plethora of people, but I was thinking more on the immigrant conversation with, like, you know, it's more, I give way more of a shit about like dudes coming over and stealing and like fucking people be like, people always like, that's the other thing too. Like whenever you're trying to have an intelligent conversation, some retard swoops in and just shifts the parameters to like, oh, you think, and then they say the most retarded fucking thing you've ever heard. And you're like, no, I don't. Yeah, if I thought that really fucking stupid thing you just said, you would be justified in being angry. But I fucking don't. And that's not the like adult conversation a lot of us are trying to have. You know what I mean? So it'll be like, yeah, I don't know. Like no one gives a fuck. I mean, maybe in like construction and shit like that, but realistically, it's like no one gives a fuck about a bunch of these like Mexican, Hispanic dudes coming over and just being like working shitty jobs. You know, I will say it does suck ass that it feels like there's a lack of like shitty, cheap jobs for Americans who would want them. That does suck ass. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I get mad whenever I see those videos of them deporting Mexicans. I go, don't fucking do that. They're the hardworking ones. No, it's more, I think the bigger immigration conversation is like, you get a lot of these people taking up like tech jobs and shit like that, or like office jobs, or, you know, things like that. But I'm not like super deep into that, but I've just heard people talk about it and it's all very interesting. Got to go drive to the boondocks to get my kid from school. I will be listening on the drive. Going to find out what high school kids are saying about it. Stop defending illegals. I don't care how hard they work. They're undercutters and sending America's already fake money back to their shitholes. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. People always talk about like raising wages, and I go, how about we make everything less expensive? You know what I mean? Because it's like, do you think, you know, whenever the explanation for something is like they're just meanies, they're just really mean people who don't fucking like Americans, it's like, you don't think every company would love the PR of like, oh, we make all of our stuff in America? Because people fucking jerk off over that. You don't think every company wants the PR of we make our shit in America? They do. 1000% they want that fucking PR. By the way, Panties just started. Go watch Panties or pull it up in a different screen. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Yeah, no, it's too expensive to work in the US because everything's overregulated. Andy, why do people who support raising minimum wage are the same who want to keep illegals here? Oh yeah, no. That's a huge myth. Big corporations love minimum wage laws. Minimum wage laws, hey, you have fun too, Derek. Minimum wage laws direct like they hurt small businesses and help out big corporations. That's the irony with all people spazzing about that. Speech is free, but so are consequences. What? We're talking about minimum wage. Oh, there you go. Chill out, boys. Being a little racist. Calm down. I'm gonna top off my water. I'm gonna just let this play. Because I'll be back in like a minute. I'll be right back, boys.
And he instantly collapses. The students, of course, flee, as we showed you there. And what we have come to find out from video and, from what we've learned at the scene is that the shooter was apparently on a nearby roof. Let me go ahead and share this piece so you can see a little bit of, what this looked like. So can see this image here appears to be the shooter. And Sagar, as we're putting the pieces of this together, and Charlie was taken to the hospital and then, later died while he was there receiving medical care. And anyone who saw that wound, I think, was pretty convinced pretty quickly that he wasn't going to be able to make it. But the shooter was quite a distance away. Immediately, the police arrested an older man who was in the crowd. There were some eyewitnesses who said that he had claimed responsibility, this old man that was in the crowd, even though he was unarmed. There's video also of him being dragged off where he's saying, shoot me, acting very strange. Meanwhile, the actual gunman was on this roof. Estimates are some 200 yards away. I'm not an expert on guns, but, we've all sort of spoken to people in our lives that we know who say this, this would be a difficult shot. And it was a single shot and obviously, shot to kill. And so far has successfully evaded capture.
Yeah, the circumstances beyond the sheer horror of the actual murder, the circumstances of this assassination are really honestly shocking. So I'm going to go ahead and put this map up here on the screen just so that people can see. So this was, if you're watching, exactly where Charlie was shot, kind of in a lawn, almost auditorium style place at the Utah Valley University.
Did you guys see my butt? Tried to pull them up off screen. I saw that, Andy. Oh, yeah. I mean, my pants. I wasn't trying to hide it aggressively. My pants sag when I do this. Sometimes when I'm wearing my short shorts, my cheeks pop out. Oh yeah, they showed this with the fucking shooter running atop.
Absolute horror. Single shot to the neck. And he instantly collapses. The students, of course, flee, as we showed you there. And what we have come to find out from video and, from what we've learned at the scene is that the shooter was apparently on a nearby roof. Let me go ahead and share this piece so you can see a little bit of, what this looked like. So can see this.
Yeah, that's the craziest video. You see the one where someone's scrolling by and then you just you see a fucking bot. That was crazy. Was he DOA or did they work on him? I mean, they took him to the hospital, but if you watch the video, I think that's the craziest part too, because now I know a lot of people were saying some of the videos seemed AI. I think a lot of times when people talk about videos looking weird, they forget that with video compression and stuff, videos kind of get distorted and look different and shit like that. So I saw something where people were talking about his ring was turning into like his ring kind of like distorted. Now, like they posted, I haven't watched it yet, but they posted some video of Trump talking about it, and apparently he has something weird happens with his hands in the middle of the video. That shit looked weird, like it was like fucking AI or some weird editing or something like that, which it could have been nothing, but it could have been just like a really weird editing moment. The thing is with a lot of people don't understand that like you can distort a video really easily with like video editing, or you can also a lot of times, like depending on the current moment and the circumstances of that moment, the video might not fully represent what actually happened, because it's just, it's not a perfect it's not like a perfect window into what happened. It's showing you what the video captured, and if it's not a good quality video, it's going to capture it a certain type of way, or the way that video works, where if you're moving quick and this and that, it's not like a perfect one-to-one window of what happened. It's the way the video recording device captured it. You know what I mean? That was not an AI video. It was a hinge ring. What does that mean? What's a hinge ring? And y'all find the private jet flight that turned off its transponder when from Provo to Arizona video an hour after the shooting. Well, that's interesting. Interesting show. Oh, shit. I gotta remember to put stuff in my calendar. I just got a text from one of my buddies. We were supposed to do a thing, and they were like, "Do you care if we reschedule?" And I was like, "I didn't know we were doing it today." I feel bad because it's a very fun thing we do. I was like, I forgot we were doing that today. Stop! You love finding shit on fucking Instagram. You always make me laugh. You always send me an Instagram link. You're the one guy getting all your news on fucking Instagram. A private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off ADSB illegally and reappears headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. So it flies away 30 minutes in, shows back up at Provo an hour later. Why did this plane turn off its radar? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to wait till someone who knows about jets talks about that. That is weird, though. I'm not saying it's not. Not saying it's not weird, but that's yeah. The fact that yeah, that's not enough. Sorry. My wife sent me a picture of our cat. Oh man. Hell yeah. Yo guys, just a quick little plug. We've been going for 2 hours. This is the second time I've plugged anything on here. So please, if you're hanging out and enjoying this, you guys know Panties in the Mouth is the fucking pod. Join the Patreon. It's only $1 or $2 a month to get bonus episodes. So consider that. Also, I have a Patreon. Admittedly, not good at updating it and stuff, but I have a Patreon under Big Red in the Morning and stuff over there. You could hop on there for like a fucking $1 if you want to give me little extra cheddar. Andy, what is it? Andy-Malfreen on Venmo if you just want to send me money, and Andrew-Malfreen on Venmo, Andrew Malfreen on PayPal if you literally just want to send me money. I'm not too the fuck I give a shit about how I come off. I'm not begging for money. I'm just letting you know there's a Venmo that sends money to me. I'm not begging for it. I'm just letting you know information. But no, all jokes aside, just a reminder, Drag the Lake is the music podcast I do with Pat. We're talking about, what do we talk about? Haley Williams and Bomb the Music Industry last week. This week, we're going to be talking about Leftover Crack, which is a really cool ska band, if you guys don't know. And then we on No More Heroes, we talked movies. Last week we talked Babylon. I thought that episode was great. It's not getting enough love on the YouTube, so go check out No More Heroes, Babylon. Great fucking movie. And then next week, we're going to be talking about The Aviator, which I never saw. It's about Howard Hughes. Pat's a big fan of it. I watched like an hour of it last night. I got to finish it up today. It's very good. But yes, please consider supporting your boy. Lots of things to do. Big Red in the Morning on YouTube, Drag the Lake on YouTube, No More Heroes on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff that you could check the fuck out if it links up with things you like. And then I'm Andy Malfreon on social. I'm Andy Malfreon on all social media. I post way too often over there, so there's not a moment of this day that I will not give you the ability to be entertained by me. Is what I'm trying to get at. Keep going through the slide. Oh, there's more slides. Okay. Okay. Make this bigger. That's the airport. Provo Regional Airport is 5 miles from Utah Valley University. Time in Utah is the assassination 1810. Takes off 1912. Illegally turns off. Is it a private jet though? Well, I mean, you could get on there quick enough. Yeah, I guess if you're cooking, you know what I'm saying? I will say getting to the airport, like I don't know what traffic's like over there, but it's only 5 miles. I only say this because, it's like I'm assuming traffic in Utah around there isn't that bad because like 5 miles here is quick as shit, but 5 miles where I come from in Jersey is might take you forever. By the way, I realize this when I talk like this, a lot of people think I'm making excuses. It's like, no, I'm doing the due diligence of going through figuring out if this shit is on the up and up or not. 2030 UTC reappears on ADS-B radar. That's a plane. Flight path leads past page. Arizona to super remote Tuba City Airport, perfect for your quick landing and hit team transfer needs. 5 miles from Utah. Interesting. Yeah, man, it is interesting. I mean, it's worth looking into and bringing up more often. It's worth keeping in, our minds and being aware of it. You know what I mean? Why is this not? Interesting. Only government is allowed to turn off transponders like the helicopters did during the Las Vegas shooting. That's hilarious. I only got on Twitter because Crack Amigo released a song on there. You couldn't anywhere else. Interesting. Crack Amigo. Oh, yeah. Crack Amigo put out a song shitting on Indians today or something. Oh, shit. This is interesting. Did you say vid is muted? Sorry, guys. Thank you always for the heads up.
the role playing, and it makes the whole thing basically equal to being a furry.
Maybe people are afraid to take it seriously or something, or I don't know.
I don't know what it is, but it's the same. It becomes a gamer identity that's akin to being a furry, as opposed to like.
Are you serious? Charlie Kirk shot and killed?
What?
That's crazy. What?
No. It's crazy. No,
Really?
no video. Ooh, no. What? It's Twilight Zone days.
No.
Oh no! Oh my God!
Is it real?
No.
Is he dead?
No. Is
Suspect in
that
custody.
AI? Oh no! My goodness!
Is it this?
God damn! No, it's not good, man.
Should we not watch it?
No.
I mean, people are going to be seeing it.
No. Oh, well, I mean, you know,
Chuck, you don't have to watch it.
yeah.
But we can show it here.
I'll just, you know, kind of
Oh
get
my
the vibe.
God,
Where'd you find
man!
it? Twitter?
Just click the thing, man. Kyle, is he dead?
Looks like it.
No, man. Oh no.
Is it this? Oh, it must be. There must be multiple angles.
Ooh.
Where is it? Do you know where, Kyle?
We got to get that shotgun ASAP.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There's a sniper rifle?
Look, did you see that?
What?
It's not pleasant, but it's implied before, but.
Counting, we're not counting gang violence. Counting, we're not counting gang violence.
Oh my God.
Yo.
Ooh. Sad.
Live coverage? Hold on.
Dude, the constant hitting of the vape throughout this video is wild.
At a Trump ally, there's an event at a university in Utah.
He's an America First guy? Or something like that?
He's just a.
He's a right-wing guy. He's the guy that goes to these college campuses and argues with people. Yeah. That is not good, man.
He was on the young side, wasn't he?
Yeah. This is really bad. He's probably dead. 31 years old. He's a father. He got hit pretty bad. He's probably dead.
You know what's funny too? Not funny. You guys know what I mean. I find it the most interesting that like all these people deem the most, because like I got this video up of fucking Rogan, and like the thumbnail, oh wait, where is it? Oh, wrong button. I got this thing up of Rogan, and it's like the thumbnail of it is just him being like, yo, what the fuck? And it's kind of this like ironic thing of like all these people who are supposed to be like the right side of history people, and they're the more compassionate ones. It's like when someone dies, they're, you know, the most evil demons ever. And all the people that are supposed to be the most evil human beings, like Sam Hyde and these guys are supposed to be the most evil. And I'm not even like taking sides on shit. Like I've talked about Sam Hyde before. I don't know if I'd be a full blown like fan of his, but I definitely like a lot of shit he's done. I didn't like some shit he's done. I don't really agree with him much on, he leans into the racial shit on politics way more than I do. But yeah, no, it's just funny that it's like, oh, Sam Hyde, the most evil guy in the world. Rogan's supposed to be the most evil guy in the world. They're like the most passionate ones when this fucking happens. It's just a fascinating thing. Or it's not fascinating. It's more proof that the people that are attacking these guys are deranged lunatics.
Who's on a gunman or anything like that? Or is it just a magician's gun?
I think it just happened.
Yeah. Oh.
They have someone in custody.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Suspects in custody. Doesn't say who.
That's really, really bad.
Is that anarcho tyranny once more?
No, this is like it's probably go time. It's probably Civil War time.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, turning point. That's what it was.
That's not good.
Do you want to see it, Charles? I know it's bad.
Oh,
but
oh no, thanks.
documenting reality.
Yeah, Chuck, you can skip that one.
Yeah, I don't know. My brain is thus.
Do I have my was Ryan over there? Never mind. We gotta get I think I can get a gun with that temp license I got.
Gotta do it. You probably.
Yeah. Okay.
It's funny. I was just scrolling through fucking Instagram. Saw a comic being like, well, those edgy comics got nothing to say. And you're like, yeah, I don't know. It's you don't have to make a joke every single fucking time. It's kind of funny where it's like, yeah, I don't know. Dude got shot in the head dude got shot in the throat whose big thing was freedom of speech and having conversations. I'm actually like, I don't know. I'm actually like, this doesn't put a good feeling in me. So my bad for not having a whole bunch of jokes. Troy Bond. Who's Troy Bond? What did he have? Troy Bond. I know that name. Who is that? Oh, is it this guy? I've seen this guy before. He goes viral online a bunch, doesn't he? Is it this guy? When you read tweets, I want you to know. Oh, wait, that was from a while ago. Can't shoot me if you don't know if I'm not illegal or not VIN unleaded at your service. My career's over, apparently. Oh, okay. I could apologize tomorrow. You'll be stupid forever. Gonna lay low and write out my. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Made his whole day about this. Is this it? Okay. Okay. If a random white person simply walked up to and stabbed a nice law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an political huge nation story used to impose sweeping political changes on the whole country. I mean, I'm not. Anyway, we don't have to. Oh my God, manifesting is real. He did it to himself. This is the thing too. I don't get with these guys. I don't know this guy. It's nothing like personal. Everyone's allowed to have their own opinion. Oh, he just deleted off his. Oh, is it not online? Okay, Troy Bond. Maybe it's on a. Yeah, because none of these look that bad. I'd rather lose thousands of followers than for Charlie Kirk to be my king. Man. This is the holy shit. I just saw that senseless killing of Charlie Kirk and I did not care, but for real, I might believe in God because they shot him right in the throat and that was God telling him to shut the fuck up. I wish I believed in heaven, so I knew Charlie Kirk would not be going. I'm ready for blue check. The blue check neck bearded keyboard warriors. I would say I'm apologizing to the person for the person I'm about to become, but this is who I really am. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Oh shit, how many followers did he lose? That's crazy. I would say I'm more like grand asshole. I would say I'm apologizing for the person. Okay. I would never wish death on anyone for their political views. If they were bigoted and hurt people with stupid rhetoric and vitriolic humanity, I will just scream and cry over the senseless gun violence in this country. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, it's weird when it's like I'm so concerned about gun violence and people like that. You know what it is for me? It's like I don't know this guy. He might be a nice guy. This is why being friends with Lemaire is so good. It gives you perspective because, and I joke, Lemaire, you guys don't give credit to Lemaire for when he's wrong. Or when he's right. It's just Freudian slip. You guys don't give Lemaire enough credit when he's right. Because he is right. I think when he's wrong, because the way he is when he's wrong, it overshadows when he's right. He was doing it to fucking Zach on that clip they posted a clip from Spook Show. And Lemaire was like just impressively wrong. What was I saying though? Yeah, so I don't know this guy personally. I'm sure he's fucking fine or whatever. It's just it's weird when these people go so hardcore and like right side of history and I'm a good person and they're like, but if you would disagree with me, I will say the most heinous shit about you. It's weird to be honest. Don't ask where I live. Come to a show instead. They're on my website. The only thing that could have stopped this is the good guy with a gun was also shooting at a good guy with a gun. I wish Charlie Kirk a speedy recovery so I can see how he tries to blame this on trans people and blacks. It's actually kind of funny. I'd rather lose 1,000 followers than Kirk be my king. I was ahead of the gums on a month ago. Oh, he tweeted that a month ago. Last thing I'll say is Charlie Kirk was a father and a husband. That's absolutely tragic because he's also a giant piece of shit. It's like the quirkiness and unseriousness of this is very interesting to me. Guys still cry out George Floyd like it's a dance floor battle cry. I'm allowed to have 20 minutes. That's another thing I've been seeing. People say is they'll be like, you see it a lot with people talking about the political violence stuff. They'll be like, well, they do it. And you're like, that's not a reason. That's not an argument to why yours is okay. Well, the fucking shitty, they'll literally be like, the government full of Nazis does it. Okay. Well, shouldn't that be a sign for you not to do it? 5 death threats so far. I am suicidal. You're just helping me, dummy. It's actually not a bad joke. Lost 2,000 followers on IG so far. I only know how many I had because my mom tells me every day. Oh yeah. He's spiraling. I've been on this end on a very, very small scale. He is spiraling right now, 1,000%. He's not happy about any of this. I've been on this end of this. It happened after a stream forever ago. We were doing a fast food tier list, and then I posted it, brother, and everyone was just like, "You're the dumbest fucking piece of shit I've ever met." And I was responding like this to everything. This is a man spiraling. He's not happy about this. Lost 7,000 damn dead weight removal is easy. I thought you guys liked freedom of speech only when you do it and it's something stupid. I mean, I don't care. It's like getting rid of fleas. Probably the same people he was the word blacks and clap when an airplane lands. 14,000 followers lost. I knew I should have just tweeted blacks bad, gay, sin, trans, yuck. Then I would have been fine. Also, I was not making light of his death as well. It feels like you were. Does anyone have the original post? Because it feels like he deleted it. Seems like he's not embarrassed about a thing he got scared of and deleted. Also, I was not making light of his death as I did not know at the time, but knowing what I know now, I still say Turning Point USA has done horrible damage to our country, and I should have just tweeted a George Floyd joke when the empathy would have chilled out. Okay. This is what bro had to say about empathy so don't.
Does a lot of damage, but I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage.
You're right. That 6-second clip is a huge own. Death threats. Part 2, part 3. I mean, death threats are bad. Actually, are these death threats? No one cares what you have to say. That's really funny. No one cares what you have to say. Wait. Tried to call him? Okay, so this is an own. This definitely feels like an own. You called a guy being mean to you. He didn't answer, and now you're responding a bunch. So that's a clear own of him. 13%. You are sick. Please speak to a mental health professional. Actually, incredibly polite. That's actually not that bad. So we're 2 in. No death threats. No, you're just cruel. I pray God has more mercy on your soul than you're willing to give to Charlie. Okay. Makes no sense. I believe he does. Mercy doesn't mean bad things don't happen to someone. It means forgiveness for those transgressions, their fault, their weakness. All right. Not a death threat. So you must use it pretty often. Nice comeback. Did you use ChatGPT for that? What a loser. And not a death threat. Okay. So he said death threats, posted 4 screenshots that aren't death threats. He must have just been confused. All right. You should be ashamed wishing death upon someone insane. All right. Not a death threat. I will not be watching you. I will not be watching you fall off. Wish you well, even though I don't agree with you. Not a death threat. Standing in unity. Doesn't that contradiction undermine the very point you're trying to make? Grow up. Ooh, wow. That is not a death threat. You have significant reach, which amplifies the weight of your words. That's why it's striking that while referencing intelligence. I got to be honest. This guy's 0 for 8 on death threats. You're a 1-6 son of a bitch. I can't wait till the day you die. I can only hope you die in much more pain and agony than Charlie did. God forgive your hatred. I don't have fun burnt. All right, so wishing for death, but technically not a death threat. You'll lose more than followers. Okay. So he's 1.5 for 10. All right. There was one. He gets 1. I'm going to lay low and write out my thoughts so the Hicks can't read them. It's cunty, but kind of funny. Could apologize tomorrow. You'll be stupid forever. My career's over, apparently. Thank you, Jenny Coolidge, for wanting a shirt. Okay. Can't shoot me if you don't know if I'm not illegal or not. Can't shoot me. New skin unlocked. Okay. So he shaved his whole head? So that's a big own. That seems like a really big own. Oh, shit.
After 2 days of telling me, hey, you should
Interesting.
really do. Someone on my team did some real sneaky shit, Morty, and they deleted the Charlie Kirk post after 2 days of telling me, hey, you should really delete that. And I'm not going to delete it. What am I? Fucking J.D. Vance? I'm not going to do what my masters tell me to do. But I got deleted.
So repost it then. Did he repost it? Lost 47,000 followers. That's my fault. Why did 47 now show up to my click count?
Which is unfortunate, but it's okay because I'm going to drop an episode of Bonding tomorrow discussing everything I said. Charlie, rest in peace wherever you are. I don't believe in heaven, so I hope you're in hell somewhere. And to everyone who says I'm cooked, I don't know what that means. But if you learn that from the kids, you're probably a pedophile, and that's why you voted for.
Yeah, he's not doing good. Not doing good. He's doing all the like. For everyone who says I'm cooked, I don't know what that means. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, bro. Did he just shave his head? Is that like recent? Has he had long hair? Yeah, doesn't believe in heaven. Go to hell. Dude, that's so funny. I got no ill will to the guy. I don't care. What did Dave have to say? Like so many of you, I'm horrified and profoundly disturbed by what happened tonight. Even more than that, I'm just sad. So sad. I didn't know Charlie very well, but I read this on Twitter. He was always such an incredibly nice person to me, and he had no reason to be. Thinking about that young family losing their sweet father and husband just crushes my souls. One of the hosts of Legion of Skanks. Not wishing death on people. Interesting. Okay, so these might be old clips. Does he have a podcast? Ow. You got fucking... Okay, so what? You dip below 800,000? I thought he had like fucking 50K. You got okay. Oh, so you're not at 800,000 anymore. I thought he had way more than that. What did he say his podcast was called? Bonding. Oh shit. Fucking my man has fucking I wasn't expecting it to be 765,000. Okay. He hasn't posted a podcast in 3 months. Okay, so he had long hair. So he does a podcast every 3 months? So he had hair 3 months ago. Huh. Interesting. So did he post this? Did he delete this? Saw him on Bobby Kelly's podcast. He wasn't good. Yeah. I don't know this guy. So I'm not saying that to be like a dick. I just don't know the guy. Does anyone have the original post? What was nuts was in Congress, big tit Lauren Boebert called for a minute of silence for Kirk, which Dems yelled over, but they kneeled for 8 minutes for that violent. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't say it that way, but it is kind of interesting where like everyone's going to kneel for George Floyd, but you can't have a prayer for Charlie Kirk. It's interesting behavior. Wait, now I'm curious what Troy Bond said. Because also, too, there is an element of like the people mad at him are probably like being a little gay. Here's some stuff on Twitter about it. Troy Bond, the comedian, is a fucking clown cheering at the death of an innocent man, father, brother. Here's another one. Holy crap, Troy Bond's supposed to be a comedian, but he has one shitty attitude. The comments on the video were disgusting too. Yo.
Thoughts and prayers. Okay, I don't know if Charlie Kirk died. There's a lot of unconfirmed reports.
So this is right after finding out Charlie Kirk got shot.
Nobody knows if he's alive or dead. I just wanted to spread some misinformation.
Wait, I read it already? I read it already? I'm just confused what the fuck got him in trouble. People might be fucking.
And honor his legacy. Thoughts and prayers.
Dude, I'm not trying. Who the fuck is that? Oh, Bond Girl. Palette cleanser. God damn. Yo, you forget people had hips back in the day. Because there was a weird thing that happened in like the 80s and 90s where we like stick thin chicks with big fat titties. And I like a thin lady, don't get me wrong. But also like people forget hips were popping back in the day, pre-1950s. That's so funny. I'm not even trying to be a dick. These jokes just were so mild that I'm like, none of them even registered as like a big deal to me. That's so funny. That's so funny. Getting canceled over shitty jokes. Darren, what's up, brother? What up, King? Oh, King Sawa. How you doing, brother? Damn, he did shave his head in response. That's so funny, yeah. That's my favorite part, too. That's why just, like, putting your phone down and chilling the fuck out is, like, the biggest thing to do on these. Not that I've ever really had to experience some shit like this, but from what I've learned from watching people go through these, hips not being hot had to be a psyop. I think so. Tits and ass do climb the timeline. Please play the Megyn Kelly short. I mean, you just want to watch Megyn Kelly cry? Let me watch Rogan first.
Joe Rogan Experience.
So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
No, I don't think so.
That's what was just
One of the guys out there just said it was
spoken
confirmed that
in
he's
the
dead.
in the lobby was just.
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that said confirmed.
Whoa.
Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't
who
align.
Did it or...
Yeah.
I'm
He's
sorry?
dead?
Yep.
Rest in peace.
We're in
Fuck.
Fox News.
Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a suspect?
I don't know. Well, that's why I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all.
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it?
Mm-hmm.
What was their take?
I mean, I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see the video. I just saw people talking about tweets of it. I'll pull it up though. Let me see.
Fuck.
And even now, they could have taken it down.
It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show while I'm trying to figure.
Right.
it out.
No, I understand.
I think they were live on the air, and people clipped what they were talking about. It's not a tweet.
Why does both of these clips have someone vaping in the background? I'm gonna get a little more water. I'll let this play.
It's not on their Twitter account or anything.
So it's someone's hot take.
So, live in the moment.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take that they deserved it?
That's why I didn't want to pair.
Right.
Here you go. Dave Portnoy reposted this.
You found it? All right, here. Put it.
It's only 10 seconds.
Which a shooting like this happens.
You can put the headphones on. You can hear
Yeah,
it.
and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
That's what the crazy thing was.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, if it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
What? Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air.
Oh, God.
Just,
what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion.
Huh.
Fuck.
Well, why does something like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's like.
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun,
right?
Going
of course.
wacky.
Of course.
We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration, because you know they do.
Right,
that.
right.
A lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
Yeah, 4th of July, you can't leave your house.
What the fuck?
No, that is that's a wow.
There's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous too to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. It's not a violent guy who's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. Who's tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
You know, whether you agree with him or don't. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
But you can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well,
You know?
what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him.
Right.
Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his.
Sure.
That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
know?
horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has, but not this kind.
No.
I'm sorry, not something so in the moment right now from someone this current.
Yeah.
That we see and are you know aware of daily.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who is all over social media, always doing these various shows and debating people and talking to people and giving speeches and yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that.
No.
This is horrible.
No.
But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a fucked up time and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous or not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on guard.
It could. It could also
It could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of ingrained thing now.
Mm-hmm. You're correct. Yeah.
And you know, and you just going through the whole New York thing. I just sometimes there's a crowd and it's all love. It's all love, and all they want is your signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking down the entire time.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot me. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right?
No.
But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind.
Yeah.
Because how could it not?
How could it not?
And then the thing like today, and you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's, when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or, you think of him in the past. You think of him like, when something happens in the current, like right now with this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
No.
It seems very surreal.
It does.
It seems like
it does.
It's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like remember he got shot and killed? Oh yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registering.
It's not. No. Is he a friend?
No, I met him once.
Okay.
I met him once at a gun range of all places.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. He was a nice guy when I met him.
Wow.
It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided, and there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided, and they profit off that division, and they stoke the fires, and they do it for their own profit, and it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you could do after someone dies horribly like this, is celebrate.
It's
It should be a wake up call for everybody. Like, this is nuts. This is nuts.
No, it's unforgivable that to spend things like that. And
off where he's saying, shoot me, acting very strange. Meanwhile, the actual gunman was on this roof. Estimates are some 200 yards away. I'm not an expert on guns, but we've all sort of spoken to people in our life that we know who say this would be a difficult shot. And it was a single shot, and obviously, shot to kill, and so far has successfully evaded capture.
Yeah, the circumstances beyond the horror of the actual murder, the circumstances of this assassination are really honestly shocking. So I'm going to go ahead and put this map up here on the screen just so that people can see. So this was, if you're watching, exactly where Charlie was shot, kind of in a lawn, almost auditorium style place at the Utah Valley University campus. And a video showed a person on the roof before the shooting about 430 feet away. So if you're looking at this diagram, you can actually see the rooftop where some of the video actually captured, this individual or suspected individual. Part of the crazy thing is, we really don't still know a lot right now. You had that initial suspect, not even suspect, you had a person who was taken into custody who faced questioning and definitely was acting very strangely. That was followed by the FBI director, Kash Patel, who said that there was a subject in custody. That was the second subject actually in custody. I can go ahead and put that up there on the screen as well, because it just shows the chaotic nature so far of a lot of the communication from law enforcement. They say that the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. But that is the last communication that we have gotten from the FBI director so far, and the manhunt remains underway.
And incredibly irresponsible, frankly, to put out such a, his initial statement, people really felt like, oh, they got the guy, right?
Right.
There was a press conference with, law enforcement and other electeds that they were contradicting each other at that point, whether they had a suspect in custody or not, whether there was an ongoing manhunt or not. In addition to the old man that was seemingly acting very bizarre at the scene, but has now been released, there was another guy that they arrested. I think that actually is the subject that Kash Patel was referring to here. Also turned out to be uninvolved. He'd been like a Heritage Foundation staffer, so just part of the sort of conservative firmament. I don't know why they picked him up at all, but extremely bizarre. At this point, basically the only thing that we have heard definitively about the appearance of this, of this individual, the assassin, is that they were dressed all in black. There was some audio released from a police scanner that, said, we're looking for a subject who's dressed all in black. That's basically it. We don't have any photos of any suspects. We haven't heard anything about any tips or intelligence. Now, maybe there are things going on behind the scenes, but the fact they had two separate individuals in custody that they questioned and released, and have
Say, so the old guy was just acting weird? Yeah, it sounds like he was just a fucking weirdo. That's hilarious.
not put out any information to the public to try to apprehend anyone. I mean, it's deeply.
Slav says the old man is way too suspicious. He is not the shooter, but he's also somehow involved if you go through the slideshow. Yeah, the old man, I gotta do more reps on looking through this shit. But yeah, the old man was weird. The old man was definitely weird because yelling over and over again, "Kill me, kill me, kill me," or whatever he said, or he said, "Shoot me." That was weird, without a doubt.
Concerning. And all the experts who've looked at this say this looked like an extremely professional job. You know, the shot itself would be difficult, and single shot, single kill shot. Then he's able to seemingly flawlessly escape. And escape justice, at least up to this point in the day. Sagar, do you mind putting that map back up on the screen if you
no
have
problem.
it? Because
Yeah.
if you look at that building, there is a parking lot too that is right behind the building that
Right here.
that the shooter was alleged, that we think that the shooter was on when he murdered Charlie Kirk. And so the thought is that he was able to, escape from this building while the crowd is fleeing, while they're busy arresting this old man who has apparently nothing to do with it. He's able to probably go to this parking lot and escape and vanish so far into thin air. So from the difficulty of the shot, the execution of that, to the ability to get away from the scene and and take advantage of these diversions, makes it seem like it was intentional. I guess that's not completely out of the question, but take advantage of this chaos to be able to exit. This was someone who knew what they were doing. This was not
Andy, catch me up to speed in 10 seconds. No. No. Just fucking double dutch in, brother. You'll figure it out. It's everything. We'll figure it out. Yeah, these slides, I will give it to you, Slav. These slides are interesting. I don't fully understand the context, but here, wait, let's make this bigger. Pause. Here's George Zinn, the Ashkenazi guy who created the textbook diversion for exfiltration when Charlie Kirk was shot, explaining how he was perfectly positioned to watch the planes hit the towers and proclaimed immediately it must have been Al Qaeda. Memories of 9/11. I mean, looks like he lost a little. The chin is strikingly similar. It's oh, this is a video. Okay. Why is this not playing? Okay, didn't mean to show that. I'm not getting any audio on this. Is it my end? Why do I not hear any audio? No. Yeah, I'm not getting any audio on that. Yeah, I'd have to look into this guy. Near the end of the video, one uniform officer is heard saying he said he shot him, but I don't know. Zinn is known for showing up and occasionally disrupting or being arrested at events ranging from political speeches to the Sundance Film Festival to various protests. He holds the distinction of being the first person thrown out by security at the swanky City Creek Center Mall when it first opened in downtown Salt Lake City in March 2012. Most serious charge against Zinn came in 2013 when he was charged with threatening to place bombs at the Salt Lake City Marathon finish line. Zinn took a plea deal, received a sentence of probation, but was ultimately ordered to jail for 1 year with credit for time served after not meeting the conditions of his probation. 2003, Zinn was a spectator at a Colorado court hearing for Kobe Bryant when the NBA star faced a sexual assault charge. The Associated Press reported he was a regular at promotional movie screenings along the Wasatch Front until the advertising agency that organized such screenings stopped letting him attend. He was walking around Rice as Stadium without a ticket when the Rolling Stones performed there in 1994. Okay. Okay, so the resemblance between the suspected shooter yesterday and the man of the same name in the 9/11 video is uncanny. I want confirmation, though, however, that George Zinn that was detained yesterday, he was quite a knack for involving himself at notable events, and according to the police yesterday, said that he shot Charlie Kirk. He's been charged with obstruction. There's no doubt in my mind that Zog Mossad pulled the trigger yesterday. So what's this guy's name? George Zinn? Images rapidly circulating online Wednesday showing police escorting an older man away after the fatal shooting. Conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. Top of the 9/11. Top of the 9/11 to you, brother. Top of the 9/11 to you. What's good? Read the attached news article. Oh, there's a news article. Okay, cool. I didn't see that there was an attached news article. Where is it? Oh, in the slides, though. And many Utahns, is that how you say it? Utahns recognized him as occasionally ubiquitous activist George Zinn, 71. Utah state law enforcement officials late Wednesday said he was taken into custody on suspicion of obstruction of justice and ultimately released. Another person was also detained in connection with the shooting, but was later released as well after law enforcement interrogation. Utah Department of Public Safety confirms in a news release there is an ongoing investigation and manhunt for the shooter. According to the release, the Salt Lake Tribune attempts to reach Zinn was unsuccessful. Attorney who represented Zinn in misdemeanor cases earlier that year also did not respond to requests. Zinn is known for showing up and occasionally disrupting or being arrested at events ranging from political speeches to the Sundance Film Festival to various protests. He holds the distinction of being the first. Okay, that was in the thing we read earlier. In one widely shared video from the Orem campus, uniformed officer and men in plain clothes are holding Zinn's arm and moving him away from the scene. At one point, his pants fell and bunched around his ankles, revealing his boxer shorts. Spectators, before yelling at Zinn, one repeated, "How dare you?" Near the end of the video, one uniformed officer is heard saying, "He said he shot him, but I don't know." Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Jill told the Tribune on Wednesday that his office had prosecuted Zinn, who criminal history did. Oh my, he's been doing this since the fucking 80s. Zinn said was arrested on suspicion of trespassing. He said Zinn was politically conservative, leaning libertarian, and would give me a hard time for being a Dem. Zinn had curiosity about politics. In almost every political event you can think of, there was always Zinn somewhere in the background listening. Here's a person who can be odd and has those kinds of sometimes odd behavior challenges, Gill said, but by the large, he's more of a gadfly than anything else. Gill said his office had previously tried to get Zinn enrolled in mental health court for some of his misdemeanor charges, but never really participated in that. Most recently, in May, Zinn was arrested by Ogden police on a misdemeanor count of pedestrian and roadway. George stated he didn't care if the vehicles waited all day. I told George he needed to wait on the sidewalk and not on the roadway. The officer wrote, he told me he did not care to take him to jail. After several minutes, the report showed that officer did just that. Months earlier in January, police in Park City arrested him on suspicion of trespassing. He was banned from the festival after he reportedly tried to push his way into a Sundance Film Festival Q&A, but returned multiple times and was arrested days later. So it looks like this dude's thing is just going to shit and being a nuisance. Okay, so he was threatening to do a bomb in 2013. So like they said at the county address 2019 when the downtown Salt Lake City protests against the Utah Inland Port Authority turned violent. Zinn was one of the 5 people arrested and taken to jail. KSL reported Zinn, then 65, was arrested for investigation of disorderly conduct and failure to dispense. The Other 4 people taken to jail were activists less than half his age. In 2003, Zinn was a spectator at a Colorado court hearing for Kobe Bryant. We read that. For a time, particularly in the 1980s and 90s, Zinn was also well known amongst Utah Republicans as a regular presence at party events, though he held no official position in the party. This is kind of crazy. The old guy was 100% a patsy. Not necessarily. God, what time is it? What do I have to do today? Because I want to watch more videos on this. Will you guys give me a minute while I heat up some food? Because I don't want to wrap up yet. I have some other shit I want to like watch about this, but I am fucking starving. Let me just throw on some shit from yesterday with these guys.
Funding deadline coming up on September 30th. Shutdown brinksmanship now finds itself at the center of populist politics once again. But of course, Sagar, we're not talking about Ted Cruz and Mike Lee, although we'll get to them in just a moment. We're talking about Ezra Klein. We're talking about progressives in the House and in the Senate who now face quite an interesting decision: to fund the government or not to fund the government, to cooperate with Republicans or to push for a shutdown and rally the troops. So let's go ahead and put up on the screen this Ezra Klein op-ed, which was everywhere. You've probably already seen it. Actually, this is C1. Actually, we're gonna play a shot of Ezra Klein talking about the op-ed. He wrote in the New York Times, the headline was "Stop acting like this is normal." And towards the end of the piece, Ezra Klein says, I'm not a political strategist. I hope somebody has better ideas than I do, but it's been about 6 months since Schumer decided that it wasn't the time for a fight, referring back to the brief moment where Democrats considered in March a government shutdown that neither he, Ezra continues, nor the country was ready. Democratic leaders have had 6 months to come up with a plan. If there's a better plan than a shutdown, great. But if the plan is still nothing, then Democrats need new leaders. So let's go ahead and bring Ezra in himself via this shot from the New York Times.
We are no longer in the muzzle velocity stage of this presidency, where Donald Trump is trying things and seeing what sticks. We are in the authoritarian consolidation stage of this presidency. I want to be very clear about what I'm saying here. Donald Trump is corrupting the government. He's using it to hound his enemies, to line his pockets, and to entrench his own power. He is corrupting it the way the mafia would corrupt the industries it controlled. You could still, under mafia rule, get the trash picked up by cement, but the point of those industries had become the preservation and expansion of the mafia's power and wealth. This is what Donald Trump is doing to the government. This is what Democrats cannot fund. I think the case for a shutdown is this. A shutdown is an intentional event. It's an effort to turn the diffuse crisis of Trump's corrupting the government into an acute crisis that the media, that the public will pay attention to. Right now, Democrats have no power, so no one cares what they have to say. A shutdown would make people listen. But then Democrats would have to actually win the argument. They would need to have an argument. In my head, the argument is something like this. Donald Trump won the election. He is the legitimate president. His government should be funded so long as it is acting the way the government is supposed to, serving the people, being held accountable. But there are red lines that cannot be crossed. ICE can conduct legitimate deportations, but it can't be masked men roaming the streets, refusing to identify themselves or their authority.
Remember your right to remain silent.
The Trump family cannot be hoovering in money and investments from the countries that depend on us and fear our power and our sanctions. There have to be inspectors general and JAGs and career prosecutors watching to make sure the government is being run on behalf of the people rather than on behalf of the Trump family. Democratic leaders have had 6 months to come up with a plan. If there is a better plan than a shutdown, great. But if the plan is still nothing, act normal and hope for the best, then Democrats need new leaders.
So what Klein is calling for there is Democrats to use some of their votes in the Senate to say, no, Trump, you have to come to the table or this is a government shutdown. We are going to be okay with this idea of taking the blame. We're going to get into that in a moment because it goes back deep into Republican politics over the last 10 plus years, because it's worth it on our end to hope the messaging that comes out of all of this is that, yes, we want the blame for shutting down the government because we're trying to have Donald Trump come to the table on reasonable demands about very unpopular measures he has taken. So maybe that involves ICE. Maybe that involves, making the issue about some of these government agencies that have been defunded. You could come up with a million different ways that Democrats can message this, but they didn't want to do it at all back in March. And Klein's argument is the world has changed since then. What he's saying doesn't apply now for Schumer's case is the judiciary has not stopped a lot of Donald Trump's priorities.
She's really cute. I like her. I mean, she's also smart. It's not just about being cute. How much do you get for plasma? I don't fucking know.
Random radicalized incel on the internet or whatever. This was someone who, someone who had a lot of experience in marksmanship, and who had a plan and was able to execute it.
Yeah, what I heard from a few gun experts is they were like, look, it's not that 200 yards is a difficult shot. They're like, somebody could do it. They would have to know some familiarity. Generally, laying in the prone makes it a lot easier in terms of the sniping direction. But I think actually you have to combine it with the totality of what we've seen in the execution so far. Wearing black, also, laying in the prone, finding a position, planning the attack, having a way of egress, evading capture, some 13 hours. Now, keep in mind, everybody, we're recording this around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. So people should just remember that, information can break very quickly. But this is largely not just our, assessment. It's also the assessment of some law enforcement experts. CNN actually had a guest on who made this very point. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit from what they were saying.
In a case like this, you're looking for someone who has detachment and a lack of empathy, who likes to be in control. The offender characteristics of the assassin sniper are something that's been studied very closely, especially by the Secret Service. And it's someone who's methodical and patient, self-reliant. In other words, Caitlin, this is the kind of person who would have planned to get in silently, try to be invisible, take this shot, accomplish the mission, take the gun with them, and leave little evidence behind, which is why I think they're having a very difficult time getting started on this. This is someone who was a planner.
And John, also what stood out to me from what we heard from officials earlier was they said it was a single shot that was fired. It wasn't multiple shots in Charlie Kirk's direction. They said it was about 200 yards away from where he was sitting under that tent. What does that tell you about the person's familiarity with firearms?
That tells you that the person is not new to shooting, that they understood exactly what type of long rifle to bring, what kind of optics in terms of scopes and sights to have on that, what the windage was that might affect a shot from that distance. This is someone who knew exactly what they were doing and is probably known to others, and this may be working to the advantage of law enforcement, as someone who has a long history in shooting. This wasn't an amateur.
So I think that that's very important to keep in mind here. That's what they're saying now so far, in terms of the initial assessment. And I think, again, combining the totality of the shot, of the execution of getting out. If we think a little bit more recently, one of the more high-profile assassinations that we saw with Luigi Mangione, there's a couple of differences because Mangione, came up very close to the United Healthcare CEO, and of course, he was able to escape, but he also was, he made a couple of mistakes there with security camera footage. They were releasing images. Law enforcement, again, to this point, has not released any image at all of the suspect. In fact, the press conference that they gave said that the CCTV footage was grainy and it just simply showed a person in black. Presumably, also, the FBI is going to be doing like a cell phone location ping, which they're able to do, and they've done in high-profile investigations as well, to try and narrow all of the individuals who were there. I was looking at some maps of the area. There was a freeway very close by, and obviously it was a very chaotic situation, to be able to go away and get in. There were some 3,000 people who actually attended the event. But broadly, at this point, the fact that you've evaded capture for some more than 12 hours now since this attack does show, and also the release of 2 suspects says this is a difficult investigation right now for the FBI, and it does tell us also, with the information, the conflicting information, and all the stuff that came out, it is it's pretty shocking, and it does. I think also what we can focus on is this. If we look at some of you were talking about the crazed lunatic attacks, very often those lead in suicide. They are martyrs who immediately are identified, confronted by law enforcement. In this particular case, I think the fact that the shooter fled, had a plan in the very beginning, that there's been no claim, manifesto, etc., actually is a message in and of itself, that this person, at the very least, wanted to evade capture. Now, again,
Slav, you being fucking mean to me? Bro, this conversation, oh, wait, that's Saint. No, wait, Saint started it, but Slav is being mean to me. This conversation they're having is so fucking whack. News is dead. See another. I mean, they're kind of going over every. Oh, these people. I mean, they're kind of going over everything. It's not like gonna be exciting every time. Security personnel just don't want to secure anymore. Andy has a milquetoast taste and where to get his news from. The fuck you talking about? I go for the base level of news at breaking points, and then I listen to all my other shit. The fuck you talking about, dude? I listen to all my fucking gay-ass libertarian shit. Andy just wants milquetoast with his milquetoast news sources. Why are you being mean to me?
keep in mind, that could be still a single individual. The DC sniper case, if we originally think back to that, there was a lot of speculation to the planned nature of it. It was, it's crazy. Actually, we're talking on the day of 9/11, the 24th anniversary since the 9/11 attacks that happened. In the wake of that, and there was a lot of worry about terrorism, etc. Obviously, it turned out to be, a crazy guy and his son, but he did have military training, and they certainly did. Plan a lot of this around. Luigi, again, similar situations to somebody who conducted an assassination, high-profile assassination, was able to flee of their own accord, got away for a couple of days.
Whoa, Darren, what the fuck? Let me eat my milk and drink. Let me eat my toast and drink my milk in peace, you fucking jerks. Why is everyone being so fucking mean to me?
So it is certainly within the realm of possibility, but the nature, the political assassin nature of this is so extraordinary, and it really doesn't have a lot of parallel.
I think Crystal and Sauger do a wonderful job. You guys are being rude.
In modern American history, which we can return to. But, there's also some pretty kind of crazy information now that's coming out. I want to keep in mind it's speculation, but there was John Solomon over at who works for, I think, Real America's Voice, was recently reporting here on Fox News that there was actually some foreign intelligence lead involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Keep in mind, look, Solomon, he has his own track record. You can go and look for yourself. I will say he's the person who broke the Charlie Kirk's death story. He was the first person to report it actually over at Real America's Voice, which was the outlet which hosts the Charlie Kirk program. But here's what he had to say late last night.
And we all lost, no matter what side of the political aisle you're on, we lost something important in America today. But the case goes on, the investigation goes on. There's a lot of piecing of evidence together. We don't have a shooter tonight. We have a couple leads, a couple people that were released that probably aren't the shooter. There's a couple hot leads. There's a little bit of foreign intelligence. And I think over the next couple of days, we'll learn a lot more. Hopefully.
One thing that got me too was how Kirk was about to compare public shootings to gang shootings. Yeah. Yeah.
We will bring to justice the evil person who did what they did to Charlie today.
Yeah, I hope. So John Solomon's there saying a little.
Oh, sorry.
A little bit of.
Whenever anybody says it's over 200 yards, it has to be a pro. I immediately know they're a moron who knows nothing about shooting. Doesn't it? I know it. Like, I remember hearing 200 yards, and I wasn't like, oh, you got to be a pro shooter for that. But don't you have like, to be fair, he got hit like, you know, the shot was coming from here. Wait, let me, like, to be fair, the shot was coming from over here. And then he got hit like right here in the neck. Like, you could say lucky shot, but I would say like the fact that he hit him that good, the way he hit him, like you don't have to, you got to look at the shot itself. You don't have to be a pro to hit something from 200 yards. But like the way it went down, you're like, oh, this guy knows it. It had the energy of like, this guy knows what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? I think that's fair. Yo, Slav wants me to watch this Megyn Kelly video so bad. I mean, I hate when beautiful blonde ladies are crying too, Slav. I also don't want to see beautiful Megyn Kelly crying, Slav. I don't know why you're making me watch this.
You can live. On Saturday, Jesus defeated death so you can live. That's what he did. That's what he wants us all to do. That's what we will do. There's no question we will go on and we will continue our messaging. But it's going to hurt. This one's going to hurt. I told you about President Trump's statement.
If you watch the up-close video, it strikes the armor plate he is wearing, and the ricochet went up into his neck. He's clearly wearing a plate, and the shirt jumps when the round strikes it. Really?
Joe Biden, to his credit, also tweeted out, "There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones." It's a sweet gesture. Ben Shapiro, too, just tweeted something out. He's been under threat, too. Poor Ben. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Why? Why does Ben have to have so many security guards? You know, he came here to the studio on Monday. I think it was a week ago. Monday. The poor guy has to walk around with so much security because why again? Why? Because he comments on the news and says things people find controversial, but all of which are mainstream opinions on the right. Because he's a Jew who's outspoken in favor of Israel? What? This is where we're going.
Can someone send me a video of him getting shot? I can't find one on Twitter real quick. Because I thought about him possibly wearing a vest, but I never considered I never, like, looking at the video, it didn't register that he actually was. Damn, did I drink my water already? I'm a thirsty boy. I got to piss. It's nuts how hot Fox News ladies are. Oh, I kept it on. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the reel on here. Huh. Oh, you know what? Okay. Yeah. I see the way. Dude, I gotta be honest. Not all, but like a lot of these topics and a lot of these videos, I am able to in the moment like disconnect and just look at it analytically. But yeah, then it's when you see other people turning into demons. That's when I feel weird. I see what you're saying. It does look like he has a chest. I damn, that's crazy. I never even considered him wearing a chest plate on that shit.
Foreign intelligence. It's not deniable. He's got a lot of sources in the
Yeah, the link was much earlier, but I can't. What were you guys saying? Also, fuck Ben Shapiro. He doesn't deserve death, but he can do without a microphone or any influence. Well, yeah, I was kind of thinking about that with Megyn Kelly, where it's like, I don't know, man. Some of these guys, though, it's like the neocon, because that's where I'll give Charlie Kirk a lot of credit. He wasn't. I think I took this for granted a little bit, but thinking about it afterwards now, it's like he wasn't like a vicious neocon like all these other guys were. Like that's the thing, is like Charlie Kirk lines up with Ben Shapiro, but at least Charlie Kirk was like Charlie Kirk just came off as wrong about stuff. He didn't come off as like legitimately evil. Like Ben Shapiro seems evil at times. Now, I'm not going to cheer on the day he dies. I'm not hoping he dies or anything. That's the thing with all these people. I just want them to come to the light side, the good side, dude. It's like Ben Shapiro just comes off as like a uniquely evil person with like his opinions on shit. Charlie Kirk just seemed like a dude who was wrong, and he grew up a type of way, and then over time he was like learning more shit about it, and then just started to be like, yo, there's way more fucked up shit with this Israel stuff than I realized. But yeah, it's like some of these dudes too got to watch themselves now, because it's like, if you're actively promoting this like hateful, divisive rhetoric in the way you are, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Jesus. That's not. Come on, man. Come on. Oh, man. Saint Ivan and Runaway Slav look like they always feel like the opposite end of a racially themed buddy cop movie. They're like, he hates people like me. He hates people like me. No, I don't think. But we seem to get along. I'm just kidding. You guys are lovely. Who's the hottest of the 19 hijackers? That's the real question we need to be asking. What gets me is that everyone is so shocked and surprised that someone would kill a political activist. Well, I'm like, you know what it is for me? I get it though, being shocked. I think it was a thing where you're like we would joke about it to be like, oh, people got to be trying to assassinate Trump all the time. People joke about that. But when it actually happens, you're like, damn. Oh, I didn't actually think people were like really doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's a lot when it finally happens. Cuz I don't know the last time something happened like this. Obviously not saying it never did. I just can't remember. It's been a while since some shit like this popped off in this way.
The Trump administration is one of the favorite journalists of Donald Trump himself, and we know that Donald Trump has actually spent a lot of time actually on the phone. There is, let's see, I'm Crystal, if you
Let
just
me
want
just-
to talk, there's some new
yeah, let me
information. I'm
just-
just going to review it.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead and take a look at that. So Saagar and I also actually both have personal experience with John Solomon. He worked, he was our boss effectively at the Hill when we both started there. I will say he is not always the most reliable character, but as Saagar said, he is very well sourced in the Trump administration. He's close to Trump. He's close to Charlie. He, is I'm sure close with people in the FBI, probably Kash Patel himself. So, that's why it's worth paying attention to what he says there. To go back to what Saagar was saying about, okay, well, what is the profile? What do we know of this individual and what they wanted to accomplish? Unlike we can compare to the recent school shooting in Minnesota. That person posted long video. There were long journals. They wanted people to know about them and their psychology and what they were doing and why. With all this symbology, they also intended to be killed on the scene and killed themselves on the scene. That is a typical trait. Oftentimes, is you'll see a manifesto. You'll see someone who either dies by their own hands or intends to be killed by the cops. There's a desire for sort of infamy and notoriety. You also have, the desire to make some specific political point and make it really clear and apparent to the public. In this instance, you have two things that you can say for sure. This person wanted a public execution. They wanted it to be on camera. They wanted all of us to be scrolling through our Twitter and seeing the gore and the horror, the absolute horror of this. That was the message they wanted to send. They wanted all of us to see it. They wanted everyone, certainly who's a public figure, they wanted everyone to feel unsafe and know that even if you're, Charlie Kirk and you got the president's ear and you've got a security team around you, that no one is safe. And we also know that they wanted not to be found, right? They wanted to do this from a distance. They did not want to be captured. They wanted to evade justice. They wanted to get away. As far as we know at this point, we haven't found or located any sort of specific manifesto. Now, that doesn't mean that this wasn't ideological. I think it's
very likely ideological.
Very likely ideological, although, you can't rule out, there's all sorts of types of people that this could be. But I think that the third thing we can say for certain is this was someone who planned and had some level of experience. Again, it looks like it was a professional job. Now, maybe they just got lucky. Maybe this was someone who was a hunter and a pretty good shot and had an idea of how to get away and was able to pull it off, without some sort of, like, people are speculating this could be a government, this could be terrorists, this could be foreign intel. I think all those things are on the table without going too far down the speculative rabbit hole. But I think those are the pieces we know at this point. This was someone who wanted a spectacle of gore and assassination to haunt all of us, and someone who wanted to get away and be elusive and evade capture.
That's right. And that's, again, that is a message in and of itself. It kind of does rule out some of the more traditional, not traditional, but some of the other high profile incidents that we may have all witnessed. Or, recently we had the school shooting in Minneapolis, often.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, laughing. People keep posting this, breaking. Two men standing behind Charlie Kirk look like they gave hand signals right before the shot went off. Which this tweet was very funny. I like that we're all just openly insane now. Very funny tweet. Cocaine House Cat, great tweet. I like to give props to jokes. Yeah, this makes me laugh. So this is the video they keep posting.
How many mass shooters there have been?
This is the video they keep posting. This guy adjusts his hat, then tugs his ear. And then, which I'm laughing my ass off at this because I do all of these 1,000 times a podcast. I'm doing it right now. Like, I adjust my hat. Like, if you watch Drag the Lake or No More Heroes, because I don't wear headphones on that one, I take my hat off and on like 20 times an episode. I just fidget a lot. And then I'm constantly rubbing whatever. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And then this one makes me laugh too, because whenever I wear a long sleeve shirt, I do this.
How many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Yeah, the way the guy like adjusted his arms. Whenever I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt, I do that constantly. So This is all very, very, very funny to me and interesting, and it's like this is what it's one of two things, and I think it's both things. Both. I think it's two things. I think three things probably. There's a lot of people that make money off of, views and stuff. So they know, given almost in a weird way, being glass half on this, just assuming this guy's not this retarded. Assuming this guy's not this full-blown retarded, giving him benefit of the doubt, it's like, okay, it's clickbait. He's tweeting this, so a bunch of us take time to retweet it and go, you're fucking stupid. That still gets him money because he gets money based off views and clicks and all that shit. The second option is we're being shown the lazy conspiracy theorist way easier because of how things go viral and stuff online. And then the other one is just like, this just might be, because I've talked about this many times before, and watching this ironically, seeing this assassination, just, once again, don't have proof. Just if I'm a betting man, I'm saying this is the fucking, some sort of Fed activity. Or look at those sweet titties just creating that rule. Look at those sweet fucking tits, dude. If I'm just being a betting man, some intelligence organization was behind this to some degree. And on top of it, this, and they don't have to be even like locked in on it. This could just be another intelligence entity just spreading out disinfo. Because if you guys look back, I understand the irony of talking about this in reference to an assassination that happened yesterday, but assassinations aren't commonplace. Now, are they trying to more? Yeah. Is it probably because they're getting desperate? Yeah. Because they're like, it's so much harder to hold on to the narrative. But if you look back to the 60s and shit like that, they were just letting that shit pop off willy-nilly. They were doing it a bunch of times, being very blatant about it and shit like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. There is part of me that always wonders. It's like, I wonder how much of this is intelligence trying to like muddy the waters, because it's like you can't take out people like you used to back in the day. You have to add to like the disinfo and add the information. And it's like, there could be someone, technically speaking, like if this theory gets enough traction, an intelligent person that wants to talk about this, you have to look into this and address and, you have to address specifically why this is fucking stupid. And that's time wasted. When you could just be being more productive. You know what I mean? Kurt won the debate in the neck of time. That was fun. It was a Crowder. If it was Crowder instead of Kirk, you could say something. Someone finally changed his mind. Well, that's what I was going to make that joke initially before I realized he died. I didn't feel the same about making the joke after he died. But then I was like, that's more of a Steven Crowder joke than a Charlie Kirk joke. But I also couldn't figure out the structure of it properly. If it was Shapiro, the video would have been facts and logic destroyed by lead and gun. That's kind of funny. I like that one. Oh, but yeah, it's like I don't know, dude. It looks like he's telling them to steal. It looks like he's telling them to steal fucking third before anything.
Those lead to murder, suicide. We've seen attempted assassinate, or even in terrorism, right? It's very often that will be conducted and then claimed, and or you want to create the spectacle there and immediately make sure that your ideology is felt. The very fact that hasn't happened is certainly an indication, again, of something. And eventually, if the case does get resolved, we'll learn a little bit why. My only caution is Luigi Mangione very likely conducted a political or some sort of ideological assassination, at least in
Yeah.
his own mind, and he still fled, right? So the DC sniper, very similar. I mean,
Yeah.
he was obviously just deeply mentally ill, but I mean, everything is on the table because we don't know anything. That's kind of what's so shocking. I'm not going to share the information; it's not credible
Not
enough
confirmed.
for
Well, let
me to
me-
be able to bring anything. Yeah.
Let me just pick up on the Luigi point because just as a reminder, and I'd have to go back and look at the timeline, but it was pretty quickly that we were starting to get information about, oh, he stayed at this hostel.
Yes, that's
oh,
right.
he ate at this location. Oh, here's the surveillance photo of him at the hostel. Here's the surveillance photo of him here. There were some pieces. You know, he was able to get out of the city, but there was some information.
Yo, by the way, this is actually a really thank you, Crystal. I'll take it from here. This is actually a really interesting so I was watching the how does Chappelle say it? Juicy Smouillet. I was watching the Jussie Smollett documentary that just went on Netflix because actually no, it was funny. I'll listen to Matt and Shane occasionally just because you know, when your friends are some of the funniest people in the country and they have a podcast, you listen to it because you're a big fan of comedy just in general. But no, I was listening, and then I saw Nate and my buddy Egan was on. So I was like, oh, let me listen to the boys. This is fun. Nate brought up the Jussie Smollett documentary, and he was making it sound super funny and interesting. So I watched it, and dude, the way, like, the Luigi Mangione shit in this documentary has had me like, there's no reason not to know where someone the fuck is. Because, dude, the way that they showed that they now, granted, they were in Chicago. Chicago's got probably a lot more cameras than the average city. Whatever, fine. Maybe not major city. I'm sure New York and Los Angeles has just as many cameras and shit like that as Chicago. What up, Johnny Comedy? Dude, the amount of cameras they had to track these guys was like crazy. I was like, wait, you guys really have that many fucking everywhere? So it now maybe it's a little different because it's a college campus, but it's like the idea that they don't, and I'm not necessarily pro all these cameras. I don't know exactly how I feel about them. It definitely feels like there's too many. You know, when they're trying to track down people, it feels nice, but like bad guys, it feels nice. But either way, the idea, I would put money on the fact that they have plenty of fucking footage of this guy. They have plenty of footage of this fucking dude who did this.
That they were in fact working with, and you know, pretty quickly you knew a significant amount about this individual, and they were able to chase down leads. Again, maybe they have something that's not public, but typically, you know, in these early days, if they have an image, they usually put it out so that people can be on the lookout. I mean, you remember how the Luigi was apprehended,
Right, the
because
masked photo.
somebody,
Yeah.
right? Well, and somebody at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania saw him and said, "Hey, that looks like the photo that I saw circulating," and called the cops. At least that's the official story of how that all went down. So they like to get the public involved if they don't have a suspect in custody, so that people all over the place can be looking and calling in tips and trying to assist in this investigation. Right now, as far as we know, there is nothing.
Hell yeah. This is interesting. I haven't watched this video yet, but the tagline is yeah, there we go. Get that shit on there. The tagline on this is interesting. So Alex Jones, actually, wait, let me post the original tweet. Yeah, so he had this. This was today, about 5 hours ago. He posted this morning about 5 hours ago. There's no evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, which, I mean, that right there, it's like, Alex, what are you doing? You making sure to get out of the, it's like, yeah, we know there's no evidence. Andy, please report back on the Kirk jokes from the creek next time you go on. Sure. I don't really go to the open mic, so I'm not gonna be hearing a lot of hacky Charlie Kirk jokes there. But if any other ones pop up, I'll let you know. Yeah, dude, Alex Jones has been kind of rough lately. But so this was yesterday. Here, wait. Let me pull this up. Yeah, here we go. So this was yesterday. And the tweet goes, there's no evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. What we do know is that a hyper-violent trans rage movement has been carrying out mass murders and other killings across the United States. So, no proof it was Israel, which none of it, obviously no one knows. No, obviously no one has proof if it's Israel. Like, by the time he posted this, it hadn't even been 24 hours. Obviously no one has proof it's Israel. We're just, making guesses off the information. We're just no one has actual proof. It's just educated guesses, dude. Obviously. So saying that a day later is fucking stupid. But then what we do know is that a hyper-violent trans rage movement has been. So immediately going, but what we do know, trans. Yeah. I don't know. Alex Jones, and I don't blame him, because if you fucking hit me with $1 trillion fine after, I was wrong about shit for a couple months back in 2014 or whatever, I'd probably fucking, I can't imagine the pressure he's under to fucking flip. But either way, it's like, yeah, dude, we know there's no evidence there's Israel. We're just making educated guesses. And there probably won't, and we'll be patient until then, but we're going to assume, I'm sorry, the ATF and DHS has now reported that Charlie Kirk's assassin left the rifle and shell casings it used at the scene, and the anti-fascist pro-trans message were carved into the implements of death. Yeah, okay, so you can also just put whatever the fuck you want. Like, if I was a Mossad agent, I would put that. He might as well just write "not Mossad" on it. Like, none of this proves anything. So, like, why you look, folks? I'm Alex Jones. I'm Miss Blair White. She used to let me suck her dick. I'm Miss Blair White. So I don't know. I say this as I love Alex Jones. But Alex, like, I'm on Johnny's side. Alex, what are you doing, brother? What are you doing? And then again, all evidence points towards the killer being another trans death cult psycho. No, it doesn't. Trust me. I've been obsessing about this ever since it happened. I have not seen one thing to point to trans shit. But I am curious what Alex has to say.
I have exposed the USS Liberty that Israel tried to sink to blame on Egypt more than anybody. I've exposed all sorts of false flags Israel's done. But immediately yesterday, people started saying, well, does Charlie Kirk have been talking about Epstein being Mossad? They killed him. It's a professional hit. There's not credibility in every time something bad happens, always saying Israel did it. Israel does plenty of bad stuff. So do other corrupt governments. Here's the deal. The ATF, just like the FBI, leaked to Kyle Serafin a few weeks ago.
It's so funny. It's like, but Alex, you get why they said it. They're not just like pulling it out of their ass. You get why they said it. You know what I'm saying? It's you guys are being spicy over there.
When the trans shooter went in and killed all those kids in Minneapolis at that Catholic school mass. And the person had put out their videos and all the cars.
It's just weird that he's like, why would you guys jump to Israel? Also, clearly it has something to do with trans. Yeah, there's no like, dude, honestly, after it happens, I saw someone go, were they trans? Honestly, at this point, worth asking. Because, like, there's been a couple trans shooters. Is there a pattern? I don't know if there is. It's a question worth asking without a doubt. But also, it's worth asking. And another question worth asking, did Israel have anything to do with this? Charlie Kirk, one of the most popular pro-Israel voices, is now starting to be critical of Israel. Also, everyone's been really critical of Israel lately. Also, one of the most prolific pedophiles and power brokers in the world, Jeffrey Epstein, who was who had direct links to Mossad and Israel and shit like that. It just got released that him and the current president were fucking butt buddies. And it's like our current president is probably a pedophile, and that correlates to Israel and Mossad and stuff like that. There's all these things. So, like, you know, God, wouldn't a U.S. Civil War really help us right now? You know what I mean? Like, really help get the smoke off Israel. You're like, yeah, man, I know we don't have any evidence, but considering the context and history and not being full-fledged fucking retards, we can ask the question, what did Israel have to do with it? Did Israel have anything to do with this?
Carvings on the bullets and the stuff on the gun. The ATF was worried, along with DHS, was part of it, that was going to get suppressed. So they leaked it to Steven Crowder. People always leak to him because he's a very credible, good guy. And it's out.
Crowder's also not a credible good guy. God, so much of this is just based on, it's fucking crazy, man. When you're living in a world where you're worried about, God, when you're living in a world where the only people you can trust are fucking me, Dave Smith, and Robbie Bernstein. I'm your only real good trusted news source is Big Red in the Morning. That's crazy. Big Red in the Morning is the only trusted news source there is. Everyone's compromised but me. God. Also, can someone try to compromise me? Not like sexually. I don't want to cheat on my wife. You're not going to trick me into banging a kid. But like, can you just send me a bunch of money, Israel? I'll do whatever you want. Nah, but for real though, like the only thing you could get Dave on is like Dave kind of, well, that's the thing. It's like Dave interacts with these people in real life. So he like, you know, because I've listened to Dave when I've listened to Part of the Problem since Dave was like cutting intros on episodes of Skeptic Tank. And yeah, when Dave wasn't that popular yet, he'd put out episodes called like Fuck Bernie Sanders, and he would put out episodes called like Fuck This Guy and shit like that. He'd just be fucking guy. No, but like then Dave gets popular. Now he interacts with these people. And it's like, yeah, you're going to talk about it a different way if you're actually going to be physically around these people. But he hasn't changed anything he said. He just might be a little bit more polite here or there, depending on how often he's around said people. But he's not gonna mince words. He's gonna be straight up. You know what I mean? Like you saw when he was debating, the fuck was that guy's name? But he literally was just like, fuck it. He called him a Frieza, dude. That's the thing. Like, you know, Dave has adjusted his technique from time to time, but he'll be that fucking dude. You get him there, he'll be that fucking dude. But I don't think I don't like Dave doesn't what's the fucking word I'm looking for? Dave doesn't come off as like a dude you'd have to fucking worry about. Like, you may not agree with him, but he's being genuine. I mean, I fucking tour with Robbie. I know Robbie. Robbie's a real ass dude. And then there's a lot of these guys, you know, fucking Austin Way Picard rules. Shout out Jose Galasan on the No Way Jose podcast. Clint Russell fucking rips. And it's a lot of guys like that, but like you go to a lot of these bigger platforms and shit like that. Andy Malajuzera. Yes, dude. You got a lot of these bigger platforms. It's like, dude, all of them. Like, I mean, Tim Pool, he just came off as dumb for the longest time. And then recently his like Israel takes have been weird and sus. And then, you know, he's getting the money from Russia that like, you know, I think people made a mountain out of a molehill in that one, but like, I think they overhyped that, like, oh, he's an agent of Vladimir Putin. It's like, no, but not being too, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? You know, not being too, what am I trying to say? Not vetting where this money's coming from, not doing enough like due diligence on like where the money's coming from, and not thinking it's going to be a bad look for you as a news organization. That definitely shows you, oh, you know, it shows us his thought process and his decision-making skills and shit like that. So that doesn't hurt your image. I mean, like Jordan Peterson. I don't know if he's compromised, but the dude's fucking. He's gone. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not his fault. He got addicted to benzos and just became a fucking Israel shill. I guess that's what happens when you do benzos. Alex Jones, I mean, it's not his fault. They probably scared the ever living shit out of him, but he's still like, he's good, but you see some clips every so often where you're like, this is not quality content. You know what I'm saying? Patrick Bet-David, I'll give him props. He's kind of like a slimy. He comes off as a little bit of a slimy businessman and a little disingenuous, but at the same time, the shit he facilitates, I think, is super positive. Like, you know, the Chris Cuomo debate, and like I would say Patrick Bet-David he's the best case scenario for like an evil capitalist and like a free market society. You know, like the dude's fucking cringe and sucks ass, but at the same time, he's cringe and sucks ass, but at the same time, like the shit he facilitates is beneficial to society, I guess. Crazy times, Big Red, crazy times. Andy can be compromised with a loaded burrito. brother, 3K a month. That's all I need to be compromised. Just send me 3K a month. And you will compromise the shit out. No, you know what? 4 to 5K a month. Give me 4 or 5K a month, and you can compromise the fuck out of me. Peterson is in the rescue your father from the belly of the whale phase of his career. Can't wait to watch Skins versus Packers to get my mind off everything for a few hours, which is what they want. Now, I support turning your brain off and watching football. I support it 1,000%. Crowder was mean to Dave Landau and his pregnant wife. No shit. Crowder was mean to his own pregnant wife and to when he would. Yeah, that's why I backed it up. That's what Alex Jones was saying. Yeah, Crowder's a piece of shit. And he's clearly a gay dude. What the hell? Charlie Kirk just posted a photo. It's just him going, psych. No, he's still dead. Damn, that sucks. But yeah. I don't know, dude. Okay. LOL. Thank you.
Part of it that was going to get suppressed. So they leaked it to Steven Crowder. People always leak to him because he's a very credible, good guy.
Oh, but yeah. Crowder, no. Go listen to Landau on Go listen to fucking Landau on Michael Malice's podcast. Crowder is not a good guy. And then if you go watch the fucking surveillance footage when he was fucking screaming at his wife like a fucking homo, pause. I'm sorry. Not pause, but I should say, I'm sorry I talk like that. But yeah. Crowder fucking sucks. And I'm not pretending like he's a good dude. Crowder fucking sucks.
And it's out. And we saw a trans person that lived there in that town the day before say something big's going to happen today. Charlie.
You still live right now? Yeah, I'm not. I actually like give a shit about this. I am curious about seeing all the different shit about it because it just feels weird. It just feels fucking weird. So yeah, your boy's going hard today.
Person to get evaporated. And there was a song put out a month ago about killing Charlie Kirk in that town. And I've covered.
1 second, sorry. Hello? Wrong number. I had a feeling. I get a lot of, it's a fucking Indian guy. What the fuck? All right, sorry about that. Indian guy trying to steal all my money. Yeah, I need to be better about blocking numbers. Yeah. Sorry, Indian people, but if I hear a thick Indian accent asking me about my electric bill, I am not going to be responsive to that. Jesus Christ, love. Don't disagree. You just thought you shut it down earlier than this. Oh yeah. No, some days I do a clean 3 hours, but then when it's like when a day like this, I just want to fucking watch videos and figure out what's going on. The only thing Crowder has done is release manifestos and police reports before the news does. Yeah, and sometimes stuff like that is like overrated for like, oh, he got that a little bit. You're like, it was gonna come out. Message received about Crowder, loud and clear, Big Red. Yeah, and also too, like Crowder annoys me too because I remember Landau. Shout out Landau. Landau's the fucking man. Let me make that very clear. Dave Landau is the fucking man. I remember like he was always like really cool to me after not even knowing him for that long. And then he let me do a guest spot when he was headlining in Helium a couple years ago. I was like, it reminded me, I was like, Landau's cool as shit. And I'm like, oh, he's doing really well because he's been on Louder with Crowder. I was like, maybe he's made Louder with Crowder like way better. And I was listening to it and I was like, dude, Landau was crushing, but Steven Crowder is a fucking pile of shit. Like he's so unfunny, and it's that bullshit that gives like offensive comedians a bad look when you have these guys like sticking up for you and shit like that. And you're like, dude, can you please sit this one out? You don't actually know what you're talking about. Because a dude like Crowder will just like, he just says edgelord shit, and he's like, oh, you don't like offensive comedy? It's like, no, you're just saying things to get a reaction. But it's like, it's not inherently funny to just wear Chinese guy or Japanese guy glasses and buck teeth and stuff. But he would just do stuff like that. And it's like, it's not that can't be funny. Anything can be funny. It's just like the way he would go to bed. It'd just be some edgelord retarded shit. And so I was like, oh, this is fucking horrendous. But yeah, and then you would see the way he would just like talk to people. He had all this like really gay bitchy gay dude energy about shit. Dave the Man Landau. Yeah, dude, I'll fucking get Landau's back any day of the week. Landau's the fucking man. And I would love to yeah, Landau's the man. Just got off the horn with Israel, got to shut down the live. Regardless of any political shit, my nan saw Gore yesterday, and that's crazy. Al Gore? I mean, that dude sucks, but that's still kind of cool to just be like, oh shit, is that Al Gore? Treat yourself, Red. I will. Nashville Troon Christian School Shooter Manifesto would have never been released if the local cops did not leak it to Crowder. Well, that's nice then, at least. Yeah, flat my mom saw that shit like, bro, what? Local cops. Any dude who talks to his wife that way is incredibly gay. Yeah, the Rogan weed debate was oh yeah, I remember that one. And then like, well, the thing too is like Crowder's very I would see a lot of clips where Crowder would come off really disingenuous when he would argue. And he would talk, he was trying to do it to Rogan. He was like talking mad shit with Rogan. And then he was getting like super defensive when he was trying to get defensive of like, why are you attacking me? And you're like, dude, you're two men arguing. Stop being a fucking pussy, dude.
That yesterday, I'm about to cover it on my show at 11 a.m. today. Harris Smith's doing a great job right now. American Journal, Infowars.com/show. You can also find it a lot of shows on X, the Infowars feed. So, and it's okay to say maybe Israel did it. I mean, you know, my point is that, I mean, it's okay to ask that question. But did Israel kill the folks in Minnesota when the guy went and killed the lawmakers? No, he said he was working for Tim Walz. I mean, he did. That was on No King's Day, obviously a false flag, and he said that's what it was. It was hard to do that.
Alex Jones needs to take some time off. I get worried watching him do these videos, and he does this like blinking thing a lot where he's like, it's like, I legit think he needs to take time off. I think it's like, dude, when you're recording a 5-minute video on your way to do like a 3-hour show, I don't think he takes time to like stop and process life.
In his manifesto. Did Israel shoot up in Nashville the female to male trans? No. The last 8 shootings have now been trans, killing Christians. Who they're targeting.
Is it really been that last 8?
As Trump said a few days ago, the targeting of Christians is just out of control. So, again, I mean, I guess now every time a trans person kills somebody, it's Israel did it with proof.
Well, and I always try to reference like the fucking court case with the Sandy Hook stuff because like after getting hit with that like type of judgment, I can't imagine the fucking level of stress he is under and the like long-term effects it's had on him and shit like that. So I give him a pass, but still, all that aside, like dude needs to. I mean, I guess he can't stop. The irony is he can't stop working because I don't know if I assume he still owes people that money. He probably can't stop working.
So I'm not saying people can't ask that and go there, and as information emerges, but here's the final thing, and I'll cover it on the show. Everybody's saying, oh, the professional shot, so professional, nobody can make this shot, only a Green Beret or Navy SEAL. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was 14 with a .308, I could shoot bullseye all day long at 400 yards. At 200 yards, I could make the hole get bigger. And I mean, people see me shoot like that today. I sit there with a handgun at 100 yards and shoot a 4-inch steel target, all 16, 17 rounds. Okay, so.
I get where he's. Oh shit! I started over. All right, we're not watching the rest of that. Yeah, I get what he's overstating the point a little bit. He's overstating the point. I saw this one. This one was interesting.
Do you support his death?
I do.
You support his death?
Fuck Charlie Kirk.
You support Charlie Kirk being killed?
Yes, I do.
On the day he died, you're here at a vigil
Yep.
for Charlie Kirk and you support his death?
Do you support a Nazi?
No, I don't support a Nazi. Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi.
Yes,
You support his shooter?
Yep, sure do. Freedom.
You support Charlie Kirk's shooter?
Sure do. He does all a favor.
Would you shoot somebody like Charlie Kirk?
I would have killed him myself.
You would have killed him yourself? Okay. Do you have a job here in Seattle?
Yeah, these guys are just like, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the last one I wanted to watch. This was kind of interesting.
The border on it's like maybe we should all Charlie, we've pushed back against the
This was a pair. Charlie's final interview with Ben Shapiro took an uneasy turn when Kirk asked if the media was trying to be honest about Israel.
Media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on so like maybe we should also ask a question: is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be, and how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing? Charlie?
Or are they not showing Ben Shapiro? This is the problem with a lot of this shit, and then they hit you with like a 42-second heavily edited video. I don't even know when that was from. He drew attention to the security team could escape. Oh yeah, that one was weird. Yeah, he's not drawing attention. See, this is, I'm gonna wrap up. Yeah, you know what? Let's look at Abby Shapiro's giant melons. Here we go. There's Abby Shapiro and her big ass titties. Yeah, no, the one that, going back to that like dude cheer, because that dude's clearly like trying to do, because he's trying to hit a fight type thing, but he's like smiling while he's doing it, and like from his look, I don't even know if he's on Charlie Kirk's side, but like that is sort of representative of a big thing I was noticing with all this stuff, where it's like there's a real major like disconnect with a lot of people now with these issues, where there's like a huge human element for people missing. Because like, I don't know, I know I was kind of like saying, oh, people are fucking demonic and shit like that, but also it's like there's this autistic disconnect where it's just about issues. So it's like, if you just look at it on person to person, it's like, well, Charlie Kirk believes all these things, and I think all those things are bad. So what's the real big deal that he got shot? And you're just like, dude, you don't see the bigger picture for what's fucked up about this with our country moving forward. And I think that's a big thing with people now, is there's a scary disconnect. There's a scary disconnect with a lot of people emotionally on these issues, and their inability to see the bigger picture. It's why I was joking. It's like, I was shocked at how offended people were at fuck, what's his goddamn name? RFK Jr. I kept saying Robert Downey Jr. in my head, and I'm like, RFK Jr. When he was saying like vaccines cause autism, it's like, brother, I don't know if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised the way fucking people are now. There's a very weird emotional disconnect, because even like when people are dealing with people they dislike, like a lot of these people who are cheering on Charlie Kirk's death, there's that emotional disconnect. But even with a lot of these people, I look at them on their, like, you see the same type of person when they're talking about, it's like when you see someone talking about marginalized groups or the oppression they're going through, it all comes off as like performative. It all comes off as like not real people and not real emotions. There's this very weird thing now where people just seem like they're less real people, and they're just performing to the moment that'll get them like more clicks and likes or something. I don't know I'm not claiming to know what it is, but I've seen it all over the place. You'll see someone talking about how you'll see a certain marginalized person talking about how they fear for their life, and then at the same time they're popping off, talking real shit, and they're not like, it's that thing where you're like, you say all these things, but then you don't behave in a way that makes me think you believe those things. And it's the same thing with like, you have all these like aw shucks theater kids talking about how fucking hyped they are that Charlie Kirk died, and they're going to start the revolution. And it's just like, I don't know, man. You guys don't seem to have a lot of Che Guevara energy to you. You really have like a fucking theater kid energy to you. And it all comes off incredibly performative. Now, it's not to say it's less cringe than the right wing, but there was that video of the dude on the right like spazzing out and like crying and freaking out over it. That felt real though. That dude's cringe and retarded, but that felt like real emotions. Everything I see from a lot of these people on the left who are a lot more politically active, it comes off as like performative, or I'm just showing the sort of like I don't know what it is exactly. It just comes off as performative and detached from real emotions. So it all comes off as very weird. My kid said only one of their teachers mentioned Kirk, and no one they know was glad or celebrating it happened. They did see the close up. Well, at least no one was celebrating. I'm sorry your kids had to see that. That fucking sucks. They do cause autism. Look at me. Brother, look at me. This changes the course of season 27. What? Because you can't show it on Twitch. Abby Shapiro's a doppelganger that's also a Jews. Just search Abby Shapiro nudes on your free time. The tits are trying to bust out. I'm gonna do that. Jubes will always be right. All right. Boys and girls. Wait. Boys, you seen the occultic conspiracy about his ring or the mic on his show? I don't have time. I will next one. Bring it up next time. Shout out Abby Shapiro. Their giant, massive cans. Look at that. What a cool lady. Is she the coolest lady ever? All right, guys. I love everyone. This is a great day. Be nice to everyone. Don't wish for people's death. And have a great day. Love you. Bye-bye. Be about it. Peace.